Right. Good day everybody and welcome to a rare sight in my playthroughs. Actual trains. Still not a train network. It looks like a train network, but it's really not. If we just zoom out far enough, you can see there's actually just a giant train spider which does not intersect itself anywhere. All these 12 rail lines are independent and not crossing each other, so basically just back and forth trains with a couple waiting bays. That took way longer to set up than I would like to admit. We'd spent most of last Saturday's stream doing the setup for these 12 trains, but these 12 trains are currently bringing all of the 50,000 scrap per minute. We need to make 1800 Fulgora signs per minute to this landmass over here, which is good news. Hopefully that means we can put the entire infrastructure for Fulgora signs on this landmass. We've got the trains here. This is the entire sign setup. That is not the biggest part. Probably the biggest part is going to be recycling everything else away and setting up all the subcomponents in some way. We made a start last time to get rid of all the steel and all the concrete we don't need. We need 0 concrete and we need 0 steel to make signs, so everything is going in the trash. Except for that steel, we are trying to get some extra rare chests and just plain rare steel out of it. Because that's what we seem to be in short supply of on Novice for making stuff. The rest is pretty much available. And concrete, we're doing the stupid thing, or I guess the smart thing, to first craft it into hazard concrete, because hazard concrete has basically no recycling time, whereas normal concrete has like 2.5 seconds per item, because this recycling time is based off of the crafting time. And hazard concrete just takes half a second, or like a quarter of a second to craft, whereas normal concrete takes like 10 seconds for the recipe, I suppose. And signals, yeah, we have signals even. There goes this is officially unplayable with Obsolete Aliens mod. For those of you who don't know, I don't know if it's released already, but Obsolete Aliens working on a mod with all the memes for my playthrough, like fast inserters are hidden behind Aquilo, just those kind of things. That's what you need to expect. Basically that level. It's available on the Morg portal. I think it's called Mike Handy Memes or something. Feel free to link it and then get it blocked, and then I'll copy paste it and put it in. Yeah, it's been a while since we've been on Fulgora here as well. We're actually not yet here. We are designing the island in editor mode. In the real playthrough, I put the save here as well. We had one design stream already, and then we had last Sunday the stream where we activated the Glabin signs. The next step is to go to Fulgora. So we are putting some design work in ahead of time. Because now we basically need to wait 8 hours for captivity, then we need to capture one single nest to unlock these technologies, and then we need to get our hands on biolabs, which is another 8-hour technology, and also Mark III productivity modules. We're gonna get those in one go. Yeah, I did some more tests with the bioflux stuff. I don't think I've got a save over here. No, we don't have that in this one. But I figured out what I wanted to do with the bioflux. And some careful preparation, which we already planned out way ahead of time, is maybe gonna be not used, but more on that tomorrow. So yeah, we have a long waiting period to go, so in this time we can, I guess we first prepare the stuff we need to make the capture bot rockets and the other stuff we need for the biolabs, like the refined concrete, the labs, the capture bot rockets ingredients, because those are pretty expensive. And we're gonna need a lot of all those ingredients. And then we need to just quickly come back for that, set it up, and then do the biolab. So we have like over 15 hours probably to go to Fulgora and do some work over there. Because at the moment we actually have 2 of the 3 planets fully set up. So let's just take a look here in how it is going with science. We are still somehow researching at 21-24 SPM all of the time. Even with the 11 science pack, we didn't miss a beat. Just look at 10-hour average, 21-24 SPM. 21-24 SPM. We got the little zigzag here when we switch technologies. And 11 science, we've just, there's a little bit ziggy-zaggy because of the spoiling. That's not going to be a nice flat line like the rest of it. So that's all going well. And at the moment, somehow we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of these science packs are set up on Novice sufficiently. 1800 SPM. Military science is not 1800 SPM, but that's alright because we don't need it that much, and we've got like 1 million in a big storage buffer over here. Sorry about the excessive scrolling. Yellow science we've got as well, but yellow science doesn't count like fully set up because yellow science is going to be required to get all the equivalent technologies, whereas military science is not. So we cannot count yellow science as complete. We've got enough science to get everything on the way to Prometheum science pack for military science at least. There's captivity. I think that's the last big one really, and we got some more like damage upgrades to do for space travel. So in general, the first 4 Norwegian science packs are done. Yellow science needs to be rebuilt. Space science is done. We got 2 platforms in space, each bringing in 900 to 1000 SPM. And we got Vulcan science, which is done together with purple science. Those are both present on Vulcanus. Currently they're idle, since we are researching captivity. And then lastly there is Gleba, and that one is done as well. We switched it on. It worked first try. That is the most cursed thing that has happened this playthrough. Gleba, switch it on and it works first try. We have no turrets here, so if the eggs spoil we have a problem. No turrets, and we're not on the planet anymore. It's working though, so fingers crossed it keeps working. It should never fail. Asterisk, asterisk. Because even when we are overproducing, it goes into these storage chests. And in the heating towers. And it is turned into power for the Gleben science pack over here. So even if this breaks and rocket launches stop or the ship crashes or whatever, Gleba should still continue to produce science, and the science will just be trashed, and that will just go in the heating tower. So this should never ever fail, I hope. Right, so that is most of the science done. The only things that are left to set up is EM science, and after we go to Aquilo science. The last one is not needed to win the game. That is like post-end game infinite research kind of stuff. So basically we are gonna set up EM science, probably then come back to Novice while we research Aquilo. That's a 3 million technology yeah, that's 3 million. So that's gonna take 25 hours to research. No, it's not. I'll have biolabs at this point. It's gonna take like 10-12 hours maybe. Maybe even less if I've got Mark III productivity modules in sufficient supply at that time. So, but hopefully that is going to be enough time to also rebuild yellow signs on Norvis. And we've got all the sign specs complete, except for Aquilo. We can then just focus on setting up Aquilo signs and win the game. We're almost there. Like, you know, 6 more months or so and we will have finished this playthrough. I know, it feels like we're very close now, if I say it like this. Thanks everybody for subscribing. I missed it in the beginning. Thanks, yeah, Marcus, for the bingo game and for the 17 months of subscriptions. And Eveson as well, 23 months. Any big plans for your 2-year anniversary? Actually, no. I won't be able to do like a 12 or 24 hour stream since I'll be on mobile power at that time, I think. Don't even know when I started, to be honest, which exact day. Thanks Sviplet as well. Thanks for some 1 million over 1000 times signs cost. Obsolete, missed a lot. Ah wait, the link. Okay, the link did get posted. Okay, that's good. Okay, just quickly catching up with what happened on chat. Probably 7 January. I think I started in December. Yeah, something on December, right? Yeah, maybe on YouTube it was later. I started simul streaming later. At first it was just like just for fun, a fun side project to just try streaming on Twitch. I don't know, affiliate or partner, just the first day of streaming. Ah, yeah, we actually got affiliate and partner pretty quick, thanks to all of you. I didn't foresee it would carry over from between platforms that well. I started on Twitch, so I would kind of be somewhat. I guess that was a pipe dream. Get it? Pipe. Anyway, I'm blabbering again. I didn't think it would get out of hand that fast, to be honest. Did you check how much heat is generated from spoil? Not enough. I think it's like at least a factor 3 too little. Because we are using a lot of beacons as well there. Hey Dosh, Biolab soon. Yes, Biolab soon. We are on the research beeline for Biolabs now. We even have all the yellow signs in store already over here. 750k plus production bonus, productivity bonus in the labs. So it's just going to be captivity, quickly unlock the byproduct and then just go on to Biolab. And in that time, we will be flying over to Fulgora, where we have started to do the cursed train thing. And we started trashing the stuff we don't need. I guess that's what we'll continue with today. There's 2 more things we need 0 of. I think we need 0 copper cable. And we need 0 ice cubes except for water. So I guess we'll just turn it all into water and then recycle the rest. December 3, alright. I guess I can look back in the history somewhere in the back end. Alright, so this is in editor mode. We are not in the actual game, so I don't have any time pressure to keep up with my brutal sign space of 2 signs per minute. So I can relax a bit. Alright, so we have 2 halves. We need green belts to put all of the recycled stuff. This is a pretty cursed way to do it. Normally you want to feed into buffer chests. That was my first design. But I thought the footprint would just be way too high to get all of the trains on the island, plus all the infrastructure. So instead we went with a design that recycles straight from the wagons, and that is then put onto a belt. That stuff comes out here, ignore the splitter, and then we start splitting it off into whatever we are going to trash, I suppose. So with a bit of speed beacons and some speed modules, we can get a pretty decent recycling rate. It's all calibrated around the inserter limit. So the inserter limit of hand size 1 with rare red inserters was the hardest thing about this train stuff. Normally it would not be so difficult to put enough resources on here, but because I'm too stubborn to research fast inserter, and with that the stack size bonuses for the inserters, that is kind of biting me behind right now. But not anymore, because after a lot of fine tuning we got this design working, and we got a pretty compact setup actually, which especially with the new rails, being able to make like a one tile S-bend, that is really convenient. I think before you had at least like 3 empty tiles between rails. Don't quote me on that. I used ice for power from solid fuel. We should have solid fuel left, I think, as well. So if accumulators turn out to be not enough, then we can get some extra power. We can even like import nuclear fuel if we really want to. It's a pretty large landmass though, so I think if we'll cover it in the lightning stuff and then grab some of the hundreds or thousands of rare accumulators I've got on the first 3 islands over here in the real playthrough, where we made the early game Mark II modules, and rare accumulators as a byproduct, I think we should be good with power. This again is going to be something that just runs without any variance in power. Most of it is going to be beacon power, and everything else is going to be pretty consistent in power draw, I think. Alright. Last time I made this thing. So what did it represent again? I think this represented the stuff we don't need. So we need to trash all the copper cable and all the red chips. I think we're just gonna do that. I'm not gonna... We might do something with this later on. We can always just resplit it off and just send it somewhere else to do some extra production. But for now it's an obstacle in the way of getting signs, so I think I'm just gonna trash all of it. Then these are the things we need a lot of, or everything of. Mostly batteries and holmium, those are all going to be used. We have too few batteries, so we need to make more from iron, coming from gears, and from copper, coming from low density structures to supplement the batteries. Plus some very annoying sulfuric acid. And then we need some of these other ingredients to also make the other prerequisites for science. Then we need these things to make the rocket parts. We are going to be shipping rocket parts to Fulgora as well. So these are the things which mostly need to get trashed, but not all. This all gets trashed and this mostly gets used. So I guess we continue the trashing because that's the easiest part to set up. Alright, what's next on the menu? It's copper cable. This is running. Is this side running as well? We are running here as well. Don't think anything else is running. Well, this is running. This is the science setup. I guess it's doing science. I think I'm going to stop that science production over here. Just flip that around so all of this becomes idle. You can get the FPS counter up there. Alright, everything idle. Good. That's gonna keep running. I guess that was my Aquilo simulator to grab the extra holmium plates for Aquilo and just throw them away. So this should be completely idle now. And all of this production statistics should now be referring, this is idle as well, should be referring to what's going on here. So now we can see how much copper cable we are dealing with. 1800 a minute, so that's alright. I guess we can also calculate that. Just to be sure, 3% copper cable coming out of 56,000 scrap. Should be about 1700. I guess we're taking a little bit more with the 12 trains. We need 11 trains only. So, but looks like we can squeeze all of this onto a yellow belt, because this is only half. I guess though we're gonna put it here. And then the red chips. Red chips is, I guess, even more infrequent. It's also 3%. Alright, so both of those are 3%. We're gonna give them each their own belt. No, we can do it on one belt. We're gonna give them each their own belt. Okay. I know what I want to do. Alright, so we got copper cable here and here. Could be something like that. I'm wondering if I should like balance the belt sides before joining up everything. I'm just gonna add that one so it keeps flowing. Everything keeps flowing at all times. But let's prefer it to go on the belt. So we can trash it. Copper cables for batteries. I'm going to need let me just quickly check the Excel. I need plastics for something. I think we need plastics for these things. We need plastics. So I am trashing some low density structures to get those plastics, which means I get steel and copper plates as a byproduct. Now that I'm saying that, I mean, that's right, we get copper plates for batteries as a byproduct, even more than we need to get the amount of plastics that we need, which is why I decided I didn't need the copper cables. But steel. I'm going to have to trash that again on location, I suppose, because somehow I'm insisting to make these things as literally as compact as they can be with the minimum amount of production for some reason, which is a dumb way to do it, but because if I'm off by something, or I want to add like a little bit of rest steel from low density structures, I cannot do that because this is tailored to produce exactly what we need. So I guess we'll build a separate low density structure steel thrashing facility later on. Right, so copper cables. Just trash it, man. Just trash it. Let's just trash it. So we cannot do any easy trick, right, with copper cable. What is it used for? I don't think we need more quality circuits. We have tons of those. We could make space platforms on Fulgora, but we would have to launch them all up from here as well. I think I'd rather make quality steel. So I think we're just trashing this into copper plates. We don't have circuit network unlocked, so we cannot do anything with this. Yeah, okay, we're just trashing it. That's also a very, very fast trashing recipe, I'm pretty sure. Let's just have a look. exactly how fast. Alright, that's fast enough. 16 a second. That's a single recycler then. 960 per minute, and we have like 900 a minute coming, so we're gonna build a single one. We need to be able to input 15. Okay, that is beautiful. 15 inputs is something like this. So that should do it. I think I should just let it finish in one underground belt over here. Near side of the belt priority. Okay, so these like to grab from the bottom of the belt. And these 4 bottom ones like to grab from the top side of the belt, so that's nice. I think the easiest way to retrash this is just to craft it back into copper cable, to be honest. Since copper plates have a slow, that's a fairly slow recipe. Is it fast enough though? Because this can just be trashed in infinitely inside each other. So maybe that is fast enough already. How about this? Speed up time. Let's see if the number goes up or number goes down. No quality copper. No, I'm not doing that. No. It doesn't seem to backlog. If I upgrade the quality, will that be better? It's kinda right on there. Oh wait, I need to downgrade quality. It's never really empty, that is dangerous. It's never really empty if I do it. Alright, that's one design then. Let's plop it down here and see if we can make something safer. We can put this into a chest. No, not really actually. I think we need to directly put it in an assembler. I'm pretty sure that we cannot add the copper cable to here. It's going to be too much. So we will need a second one, so that kind of defeats the purpose. I kind of like the setup, I must say. We can use an uncommon one to be sure. We can even do the balancing thing. Right in front of this guy. If you consider adding power poles, I think we can fit them later. I don't really like to do that until I know the amounts of machinery I need, because they're going to be in the way every time. I'm going to be distracted by how the power lines connect to each other, so I usually just flick on the Global Electric Network button in Map Editor, which has been added for 2.0 in Space Age. It wasn't present in 1.1. There's a really nice quality of life improvement. and just worry about power poles later. Alright, this produces, yeah, that's a good way to think about it perhaps. This produces maximum 2 copper a second. This eats up 2.5 but produces 0.62. So we are left with I guess it's this should be the same. 0.625. So we can consume a net of 1.875 copper a second. So this guy is technically faster, and this will back up. It will back up even faster if we're lucky. I'll just leave this running for a bit and see how it turns out. I mean, this inserter will not work. It's fine though, we don't need to like this guy needs to be working all the time to get rid of this. And if this guy is fast enough, then this inserter will just draw empty the belt, no problem. It doesn't look like this guy is fast enough here though. We can maybe calculate it. Let's say we measured 900 copper cable a minute. It's going to be turned divided by 4 and divided by 2, because it's 2 copper cables per copper plate. So we're going to be having 112.5 copper plate per minute. If that is more than 1.875 a second, we have a problem. It is exactly 1.875. It is exactly the right speed for this setup. That's incredible. So then this is just variance. The problem is variance can be... You know what variance can be? There is a proverb for it. And if variance goes more than 100 copper plates into the annoying direction for me, of course I am more lucky than I should be with when I don't need it. Alright, we're just gonna uncommon that, and that should really fast now get drawn empty. Okay, I guess we'll go uncommon just to be sure. There, it's already empty, belt is empty. It's definitely fast enough. It would be kind of dumb to have the entire sign set up blockade, because I am too lucky with my recycling products on a setup that can on average do exactly what it needs to do. So I'm going to set aside my OCD and put an uncommon guy there. This guy not though. This can do 960 a minute and we feed it 900 a minute, so variance should not be able to get us there. Alright, that is copper cable done. 3 out of the 12 products done. Of course, exactly when I want to showcase that. The train goes away. Alright, and the last product we want nothing to do with is gonna be red chips. That's already getting trashed anyway. Okay, so that's good. No, it has to come from over here. Yeah, I have to figure out how this is supposed to flow later, I suppose. Perhaps these green belts with rest products just go out to the right, so they don't keep going straight. Because these red belts ideally should be on this belt, I believe. We'll fix that up later. think I just quickly need to get my inventory sorted. I don't have green belts added to that. Oh, I set up my infinity filters, alright, so I can just trash that. Is there anything which I need in the blueprint department? Because those are gonna get trashed as well. I got a train station. I think that's the proper blueprint, the tileable one. Yeah, it is, alright. So I don't need... This is the science one, we don't need it. Mining drill. I got one for the mining drill, so we don't need this one. Or this one. That is easy. And this was just to fit, I think, so sure. I think we can safely flick the button where we remove unfiltered items. And don't lose any blueprints we were not supposed to lose, alright. Red chip contamination, did I do something? Oh yeah, I see. That's something like that is immediately a problem because all of these machines need all of these inserters to be active at all times, so... It appears we are okay. Don't see anything stacking up really high. The last one should stack up a little bit. Alright, everything is at least flowing again. Let's just do this, just to be sure. I nicked a piece of rail with that. The question is though, how copyable is this for the other side? So we gotta find a way to trash all of this here as well. Preferably in some compact kind of way. Maybe this would look alright, although the belts are obscured behind the rail. So we gotta do something like that then, I suppose. We can maybe move the support a bit further out of the way. I don't have a lot of experience with these things. It looks like we can do that. And then we can move it further, or we can make this corner a bit different or something, you know. Alright, we'll figure it out later. Maybe I'll just beautify the alignment of these columns later on, because here we got a nice alignment and here it's not very nice. So I'll figure that if I want to do that, I'll try to do it off cam. That's gonna be too boring to do on stream, even for my streams. Yeah, red chips are going to void because until we're scrapping everything, I just don't want everything to back up. So this just simulates that I'm already correctly trashing them. Copper cable though should now be good to not go to trash. So now we can see if there's a copper cable problem after some time, but all of this is not backed up and just flowing freely, so that's a good sign. Alright, red chips. Red chips is a lot more complicated to trash, since we get 3 different products out of it, including more copper cable. I don't think we get a reliable set of ingredients out of that. I know that if it's like 4, you get reliably 1, but you don't exactly get half of a plastic if you recycle 2 plastic. Let's just check that real quick. Legendaries, and throw some legendary speed modules in there as well. And heck, Now it's fast. Let's grab 2 stacks of legendary red chips. Alright, fine. I think we'll get exactly 200 copper cable in each chest, but we won't get exactly 100 plastics and electronic circuits in each chest. Let's watch one. Oh yeah, we get exactly 200 of those, because a red chip uses 4 copper cables, so a quarter of that is always going to be exactly 1. So that is super reliable, but the 50-50 odds are not very reliable. I guess the other chest has the same result, except in the opposite kind of way. We get another... Hey! We get another 900 copper cable out of that if we want to trash that like this. Because we also get 900 red chips. What about the green chips and the plastics then? Plastics just recycles into itself. And green chips then recycles into more copper cable and iron plates. I forgot about that. It's kind of a shame, right, to just throw it away. Maybe I should... Maybe I should try making some modules out of this. Like... What else is red chips used for? Hot frames. I want everything to be recyclable individually. I guess beacons is something we could do, but beacons are easy and cheap to produce on Novi's already. No, my OG Factorio brain just cannot bring itself to just throw away red chips, man, let alone blue chips. Send red circuits back to Novi's, yeah, but the problem is, wait, I can actually do that. Red chips are decently efficient to ship back, I suppose. But then if I'm not using them on Novi's for some reason, they still should get trashed or red chips will back up. So I can still do that later and just put another splitter here and bring this to the rocket silo or something. But I still need to design the trashing setup. So I'm gonna do that. I think maybe the easiest way to trash everything is just trashing them. I don't really see a good slow recipe where red chips are used, which I can reliably use. I guess we could make modular armors and just trash those again. That might be the best way. But then I'll be producing less rare steel, which I am after. Red chips have a crafting time of 6 seconds, so I suppose we need 1.5 seconds to trash one. We don't. Crafting speed 0.5. Okay, let me make that crafting speed 1. crafting speed is 1. It thrashes 2.66 red chips a second. Up here, so. Six seconds crafting time. Is recycling 16 times faster. I didn't know that. Is recycling 16 times faster than making something? It seems strange. Maybe that's true. Let's check something else. Let's grab a half-second recipe, like gears. Okay, we again need to make crafting speed 1. Okay, yeah, we are. Gears have a half-second crafting time. We're trashing 32 gears a second. Depends on crafting time. It is 16 times. 16. Yeah, 16 divided by a half is 32. It does seem to be 16. Let's grab something else. I know steel has a crafting time of 32 seconds, I think. 16 seconds. Okay, I should get my numbers straight. So we should see then 1 steel per second getting trashed. Which is the reason why we are doing steel chests in the first place, that it's slow to trash steel. Okay, 1 steel a second. So recycling is 16 times faster than crafting stuff. I thought it was like 6 or 8. Don't know how I designed this with exactly the right numbers. I guess I just took the mouse over values and rolled with that. Alright, 16 times faster. Good to know. Good to know. $16 times faster. So if we are getting $1,800 red chips a minute, we get 900 a minute on this side and 900 on the other side. So 900 divided by 60, we're gonna get 15 a minute. And if they are recycled at this rate, we need 6 of those. Okay, give me something. Alright, this is good enough, I suppose. So it recycles 32 seconds but produces 8 a second again. So if we make some loops like this, where we put the output back into the input, it does a net of 24 a minute. So a quarter of the stuff comes back again. Then again a quarter, so 1/3 of the stuff comes back again. Which means 900 divided by this speed, divided by 60 per second, and then multiplied by 4/3. If we feed the red chips back in the system, if we recraft the red chips and feed them back in the system, we need 7.5 recyclers. Let's see if we can get a nice number. 6 if we use uncommons. 5 if we need rares. I guess commons are fine. We can do 8 to catch the variance. Alright. There's a problem though, if they are 16 times faster. Yeah, let's have an experiment. With this over here. Just to get an order of magnitude idea. Is this filling up? This is filling up. Is this working all the time? It does seem to be so. I guess an EM plant is faster. But that creates bonus stuff which I don't want. I guess yeah, if this is 16 times faster, but creates a quarter of the output. And the crafting speed of a half, it will produce a crafting speed of 2 worth of red chips over here. So let's see if we easily can get to 2. I guess we can just use a rare one. We're gonna have rare ones. Are we gonna use rare ones everywhere? I don't think so. We can take these. But I think we should not really use only rare ones, because they're pretty expensive even to make a novice. Especially in rare iron, really. Yeah, we have way too many low density structures. We have enough to supply the rockets here. And launch up extra rockets to bring even more low density structures to Gleba, to use them to make rockets on Gleba as well. And we'll still have extra left over. Okay, I think I should get a... This exactly has a crafting speed of 2, so... That does work out nicely. This is pretty expensive though. It's maybe cheaper. That's even slower. The cheapest way is probably putting a beacon there. Just putting 1 beacon there. Well, 4. Throw speed modules in there. Throw efficiency modules in here. Like better ones. I mean, modules are even more expensive than these. Am I overthinking this? Maybe I'm overthinking this. Nice values. Got nice values. There we go. The problem is, as we just saw, we don't have enough plastics and green chips, so we are not going to remaking everything into red chips, but the red chips that do come out can be put back in the system. And then we'll just need if something gets imbalanced, we'll take it out, I suppose. So we can do something like this. Green chip. If we get more than 50 green chips in there, we'll start taking them out. And same for plastics. The easiest way is then to just separate them out a little bit more. And I think I'm gonna do it the easy way. Because at some point we should be getting stuff done. Alright, I will just mirror that on the other side. Also, let's just grab those. 1.33, so this is exactly fast enough again. I think 484 degrees a second should be exactly 1 1/3. This guy is basically busy almost all the time. Right, we're remaking red chips. I think we're gonna just try to run this and see how it goes. We can redistribute this over these assemblers if we really want to. Need some blue belts. Just so we have to trash less, but we still have to get a so these inserters will only work if this guy has extra space available. Is it possible to get in a situation where we are full on copper cable? Oh, we should actually do this, because if we're full on copper cable, this will clog up, because we cannot output copper cable anymore. So yeah, we probably should redistribute this. So this is going to be a lot more annoying than I thought it would. I also should make a version of this which has all of these in line then. Okay, I'm getting a bit less convinced. It's very unlikely that this can clog up, but it can clog up. It's dangerous. We have the belt buffer. What side of the belt do you put stuff on? Bottom. And you on the bottom. So all of these put stuff on the bottom. Any items? Spidertrons, sure. This guy prefers to grab from the bottom. This guy prefers to grab from the top, alright. I think we want to do something like this then. Here we can do... No, we want to do that before it turns downward. Should we do a proper balancer? Like a proper, you know, proper. It's not really proper, but everything can flow anywhere type of balancer. Right, so now if we get plastic, it will go on all the sides. And green chips as well. Alright, this is then gonna be our belt buffer, I suppose. So the problem is if I take out stuff that is overproduced, we are deleting ingredients from the balance that is supposed to make new red chips, which means eventually copper cable will back up. So I need to take those out as well. But that's going to be very sporadically. I'm pretty sure I can just shove those in here and call it good. With a condition, if copper cable is larger than 150, we'll start taking it out as well. That should never happen. There's going to be 200 in here. There's going to be 300. There's 350 in total. Could happen, of course. That's going to be exceedingly rare though. Question is this in its final place already? I don't think so. But it might be close. Still need to take out some more excesses, but we can do that on the right side. That's pretty sweet. We don't need this though, because we are remaking the red. We are remaking the red chips. Don't think we can force this on the outside of the belt here, so that's not gonna work. Alright, I will take it back a little. Perhaps it has to go on the bottom entirely. Something like that looks alright. We can flip this around. And then just feed it up here. Let's for now do this. Wait. I forgot that this needs this belt. Let's give these filters as well then. Just so that we have an idea what's going on. How long till we catch up to this point in the series? It'll be a while. I hope that around the end of the streams, I'm also going to be around the end of the editing process. There's going to be a few more episodes which deal with some detailed stuff, but once we start researching the big technologies like rocket silo and thrusters and the planet, that part there is not really too much to talk about, so that's going to catch up quickly. And then in general, the further we get, the less there is to talk about, I suppose. Would not a single sushi belt work for the backlog? If it's a large enough sushi belt, perhaps, but I think the variance over thousands and thousands and thousands of signed packs can get out of control. So I'm not gonna try. No, I'm not gonna try sushi belts here. It's too risky. I think it will look the nicest if it's just under here, to be honest. Which means perhaps the copper cable thing is gonna move. Let's make a save here in case I change my mind. First, let's put back what we just designed somewhere, and then we'll make a save. Alright, so what if... I need to pause, because copper cable has no... copper cable has no backlog anymore. What if this is just on the edge here? Copper cable just goes as such. Also be easier to join this copper cable over here. And the red chips just go straight in there. I'll flop this in here. Okay, that exactly fits, so that's nice. Do I mind that these lay on the belt? I think we'll just let it end here. All of the other stuff is ending, so why not this as well? I guess we could let it rotate around here. Ideally, those chips would get back in there a bit sooner. But alright, I suppose. We'll put input priority on what is coming from the belt here. These belts should be roughly equally loaded. What does single landmass mean? I'm gonna build the entire base on this landmass. So except for the scrap mining, which obviously has to be done on islands, the entire base is gonna be built on one landmass, from scrap recycling till launching designs to novice. That is the idea. Because I mostly enjoy building one large base. It would be pretty easy to make a small base that does like 50 SPM and then just build 20 copies of it, but that is going to be not very fun after the first 2 copies. I already had that problem with the module maker, It was pretty fun to build the first one, it was okay to build the second one. And the third and fourth one were really not that fun already anymore. So, trying to avoid that. I suppose... this is all going to be laid on one side of the belt, so probably I do want to... yeah, I can feed it in here, that's fine. I'm not sure if that needs to be done. What side are you laying stuff on anyway? Alright, this immediately goes in there. Let's test it out. 189. Did I do this wrong? We are not reading copper cable. Read ingredients, alright. We are not reading copper cable. Read recipe finished. We are not reading copper cable. Check all the boxes. Okay, we are reading stuff, alright. Uncheck one at a time. Just read contents, I suppose. Alright, we're reading stuff. Alright, there we go. And it stops. Yeah, it stops. I guess I'll just do larger then. So we gotta copy that. That also would not have worked for plastics and stuff. Okay, we're reading it. Thanks, thanks everyone. Read contents, right? I read chat. I know how to do it. I don't like that this sticks out a bit. And you don't like that corner is there. So how about we do it like this then? That's a nice compromise. And then we'll just do this. Not that one. Okay, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Target full. Alright. Alright, so this is what's going on. Oh, here's a problem. If we don't have anything on the belt, so what's going on? Target is full. Okay, so I got to basically also read this machine. Because, yeah, of course, this one is gonna fill up. Read contents here as well. The same goes for plastics and green chips. Didn't think of that. But this indeed will also log up. Unless we are outputting the rest. Alright, so we gotta read not this guy, we gotta read this guy. 120 plastics is the most that fits. So, let's go if plastics is over 110 instead. We'll do that as well for green chips. We don't need to read this machine, so perhaps we'll just hook it to this guy then. Read contents. Okay, so we don't need to read these at all. So let's flick off, read contents. Alright, so that's how we want it. This setup is going to be... I think we're going to have a couple problems with this Fulgora planet. There's going to be a lot of these weird edge cases. I should do this properly. Not try to do it so fancy, just recycle it. Get the outputs, recycle those. Get the outputs, recycle those. Until there's nothing left but dust. This is just too fancy. More expensive than both worlds combined. I'm gonna stick with this though. We're not gonna need that many, as I already have 10 assemblers, 11 assemblers here of rare quality. Those are rare quality. Let's downgrade the ones that don't need to be rare. Does this guy need to be rare? This guy might need to be rare. $26.60 a minute. Divided by 2 per side, so we get 22 steel. This guy can need 25. This guy needs to be rare, the chest assembler. Okay. I'm pretty sure these though are hardly ever working. So those at least. I could make those Mark II assemblers. Oh no, we need the quality in here. That could be Mark II. Then we need to up the efficiency modules, I suppose. I don't think I'm gonna go Mark IIs here, we're just gonna go Mark IIIs. But let's not make everything rare where it doesn't need to be. Alright, so this is now working as it should, I think. I did not set output priority to go to the belts. So let's do that. And this is another one of those things that are gonna be running for a while. I do think that this looks the best. The inserts are connected to the... these are still connected to the recyclers, alright. Alright, I think that's the setup. A bit annoying from this part. That does indeed mean that the rest of the stuff does not need to go straight. We need to take that out somehow. But here we are. That is a benchmark. As all the 4 things which need to be completely destroyed are currently being completely destroyed. That is not true. I forgot about one thing. There is the remote possibility that we get a belt full of plastics or green chips. So we still have to get rid of those. That's going to be a one recycler type of job though. we're even gonna get iron out of there. Yeah, it's not gonna be as simple as just recycling it away. Plastics, let's do plastics first. Which one is plastics? Plastics is the upper belt. If we just change that around. I'm pretty sure nothing is building up really yet. Now plastics is the bottom belt, which is this one. I guess we can grab it straight off of here. I would be happier if we could grab it with 2 inserters. Just in case there's like a burst. I guess we can just output the plastic back on the belt. So if a plastic comes over here, it goes in there. And any plastic is just being put back on the belt. Yeah, that'll do for plastics for sure. What about green chips? That's a bit more complicated. That produces 2 types of ingredients. Again, the copper cable can just go until it goes in here. Looks like we don't need that after all. Sure. And then the iron just needs to go back in here. It's annoying, it comes out over here. There's not much I can change about that, I think. That's gonna be green chip. Okay, so iron comes out. I guess technically we can do this. It will not output iron on here. Iron will just stay inside. The copper cable gets put on the belt, but the iron stays inside, which means we don't need to expand the footprint if we simply... Let's keep red inserters. I will do yellows. That's going to be a very, very infrequent kind of thing. Oh, we can do a red actually, it's fine. And we'll just side load it on there. It doesn't really matter. That'll just get trashed away. So this, on average, these are not going to be working. It's only when there's like a real imbalance in the average outcomes. If we get extremely lucky with green chips and extremely unlucky with plastics, or the other way around, then these are going to work for a little bit. I think this is enough to get rid of those imbalances. There's no way to calculate that. There's no way to really test that in a reasonable time frame, so we're just going to hope that that's okay. But I think we're going to be alright here. Already looks very unrecognizable like this. Just keep running, it will happen soon. Okay, something is clocked. I underbuilt this thing. I underbuilt the entire thing by a factor of 2. When I tested it, it was 2.66. I guess I'm dumb, and I tested it with the speed bonus. I forgot about that. That's where the 2.66 number comes from. It is 8 times, no, it is 16 times faster, but you need to multiply by the crafting speed, so it is 8 times faster for a standard unmoduled machine. I knew something was off. Oh, that is kind of a problem. Then this entire thing needs to be 2 times the size. Or, since it's already completely developed, I guess we are just going to copy it. We should be able to mirror that on here. Let's just delete this for now. And that basically means we're not going to join these belts. This one belt is going to flow here. And the other belt is going to flow the other way. Alright, so the copper unloading can go on the same belt. Okay, we got a recycler in the way, so it looks like it does not go on the same belt. Unless we somehow make sure this goes in there, but I think that we're not going to do that. Right, it does go on 2 belts then. This is wrong now, so this should just be a belt. Let's just make these belts as well then. Copper cable still comes down from here. And up from up here. So I guess we'll just side load that on these belts, which are also copper cable. This no longer exists now. That's our new copper cable throwaway. Now this just needs to go on this belt over here. That's a lot of machinery. Holy moly. I just quickly want to see what kind of speed modules I need to throw in here to get us to crafting speed 2. Does it need to be crafting speed 2 still? Let's first see if this unclogs itself. It does appear to be unclogging itself. Does this need to be crafting speed 1 then? That's the question. I think the crafting speeds are alright. Let's just look if it's crafting almost all the time or about half the time. Let's look at the first one. Yeah, it's crafting pretty much all the time. So I think the crafting speed should be 2. Cheap Mark 1 modules, they do increase power cost. That is crafting speed 2.05. cheap efficiency modules, we are at plus 4% power usage, like this. At minus, those are basically the same. It's not worth it to throw those in, I think. We'll just stick to Mark 1s. Make it symmetric. And that is going to be cheaper than... Oh wait, we have... Why doesn't this work? Okay, now it does work. Wires need to stay connected. It didn't work again. Now it did work. Wait, I think I know what's going on. So if I force blueprint the first time, it changes from rare to normal, but it doesn't copy the modules. See? And then if I do the second time, it does copy the modules. So I need to do it 2 times. So 1 time, machine changes, 2nd time, modules change. Alright. Not sure if that's intended or not, but I think I'm not going to complain about it. Alright, so now I know just 1 more time. And we should be good. Let's just complete the filters thing. I like when everything has filters on the spaceship or on Fulgora. If a lot of stuff has filters, we can just make everything have filters. These can do iron as well. I guess I'll leave these be. This one should have a filter though. Just the iron plates. Alright, we'll do filters for everything. These are actually plastics. These are iron and copper. And these are plastics. Plastics goes there. Copper and iron goes here. Alright. Seems okay. Don't want to waste rats. I am wasting them. I'm just trashing them. If I don't want to trash them, I'll just later grab them for something else. But in the beginning, I just want to create enough trashing capacity to trash everything. Except for holmium ore. I'm not going to trash holmium ore. Because if we are not producing signs, we are not consuming holmium ore. And then the entire factory can just deadlock and stop producing and stop mining resources from our patches everywhere. But for the rest, I want to be able to trash absolutely everything. Which we don't need for making signs. Wrong filters. Is that still relevant or? Green chips? Alright, green chips. Alright, green chips come out of here. You are correct. Green chips come out of there and copper cable and iron comes out. And iron goes back in and iron comes back out. Right, thanks. Another problem solved. Let's do this, it looks nicer. Sure, and now red chips is keeping up to speed. So we'll save again. I guess this is actually copper cable and red chips done, so let's do that. Now let's delete 2 machines. And let's see if this side actually clogs up. It should clog up. After some time. Maybe it's taking a while. Yeah, we can definitely see a difference between this that's keeping up and this that's actually filling up. So we do need all the machines. Every time I see someone trying to make high science lab on Fulgora, it doesn't end well. This might be one of those. I have a grand total of 1 playthrough of experience with Fulgora. And I'm trying to make 1800 SPM with a low-tech, in a low-tech situation without a lot of productivity bonuses, none from technologies. So we'll see how that goes. Here I just thought it would be easier, but it's not really easier, is it? Okay, now we are backing up here. It takes a while to back up, but we cannot output. Now this is gonna get used. We can actually see this now in action. This is way faster than it will ever be flowing. And we are still circling it on the belt. Let's just let it go for a bit. I can easily copy that back into place. And we can see this clog up later on. I guess we'll see this belt back up eventually. Once everything gets full. Probably not long anymore. Everything starts to look pretty full. We haven't done a single item yet in these. There is no recipe indicator on there, but pretty soon that should start going as well. Or will it? Wait, it won't. Okay, we found a problem. The problem is, okay, now it's backing up and we are now illegally deleting red chips with this thing. Okay, the problem is it's a circular belt. So I need to slow it down. Good luck with that. Fortunately, we have one more tile of space here. I guess we want to slow it down after this splitter. So a red belt can come in, but a yellow belt can only go out. We can make the splitter itself yellow. That'll do the trick. We're not going to be feeding in more than that anyway. Yeah, that should do the trick. That is an elegant solution, won't you say? Okay, and then we don't need this stuff. It's going to take a little bit of time to fill it up again. I know it's gonna be immediately. No, it's not. I know you cannot do that. We cannot do that. We cannot do it. I'm dumb. I wanted this to be possible. It's not. We need a red splitter because the main belt needs to go at red splitter speed. And then one tile after here needs to be yellow. So let's play again. Alright, now we see stuff is getting trashed because the throughput for here is too low. And here now we have space on the belt. to output new stuff from the machine, so they can output these guys can output the 2 high amounts again. I think we don't need to set a filter on these at all. We don't need to read machine, we don't need to do nothing. Just if it stays in here, we need to take it out, basically. That is what we need to do. All of this circuits is unnecessary. And that way we are full circle back to all the complicated stuff where we don't need any. We don't need to read contents. We don't need the green wires. We don't need to enable, disable. Just need to filter stuff so that it goes on the right belt. We don't need any conditions. If something stays behind in here, we need to take it. It's as simple as that. I guess this should normally not gridlock. These still have wires. No wires, nothing is required at all. Oh wait, we are changing that setup. Oh wait, we are changing that setup. Okay, there might be a problem. Okay, we basically have to delete this and copy this setup once it works. Alright, I'm gonna go back to this save over here. Because here it was working, I didn't mess stuff up yet. Just need a yellow belt and the yellow belt. And here as well, so I guess just rip this open. No, not here. On the other side. Okay, so I will be able to just copy that. All right. Now that's working. I want to do it without just disconnecting the filter. It will remember all those conditions, and that seems unnecessary. That was the wrong one. We're not reading anything. just putting it out. Now we're just going to copy this. Right. I think I did it. So let's try that again. We'll just delete two inserters this time. That has the same effect of basically shutting off this part of the operation. Okay, that will stay on the bells forever, basically. Let's just reset. So the top half should keep up, the bottom half will not keep up. That is the prediction. Let's just try speeding it up as fast as it will go. And sit back and enjoy a bit. I'm causing copper cable to back up. If I keep messing it up, I'll just go do it the normal way. Looks like I keep messing it up because the top side is already full as well. Why though? We are grabbing copper cable. Was I wrong about my no wire conditions? Okay, tick by tick, what's happening here? I was under the impression that this goes straight into the inventory here. Okay, we need to put a red chip in there apparently. Okay, tick by tick, what happens when the recipe completes? These inserters should stay idle, but it's not. Okay, so they're in here for one tick apparently. And the inserters do grab it. Alright, so no, that is not good then. So I do need to read the machine's contents. Well, it's easier to put it back than it was to delete them, I suppose. Read content. And this enable if plastics is higher than 110. And this enable if green chip is higher than 110. And this enable if copper cable is higher than 110. These could be higher, but let's keep the balance. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Alright. Reset number 70,912. Again, bottom one should back up and we should see stuff on the belts here after a long time. Whereas the top one should keep up and these belts should stay clean unless we get a real imbalance in the machines. Like here we're unlucky with plastics and the other stuff is going faster. And here yeah, okay, so everything is a little bit different, which is a good sign that everything is going okay. I suppose I should have deleted the machinery then. To speed it up. Yeah, this is basically just the red chip shredder. We're shredding everything we don't need for science. There's 4 things we don't need: concrete, steel, copper cable and red chips. So those are all getting shredded. I know we need plastics and we need extra copper for batteries. That's going to come from low density structures later on. So for now I'm just doing the simple thing and shredding everything. And if I later think, oh, I could use some free red chips from Fulgora, I'll just priority splitter it to a rocket silo and send it away. But this basically makes sure that science will always be able to get produced, no matter if we are requesting red chips somewhere else or not. Right, so the bottom side is indeed clogging up as we have deleted these machines. The top side is still nice and dandy. Is that a word? I think that's a word. I'm not sure concrete is going fast enough. It's backing up pretty far all the time. Alright, indeed, now it's working. Now it's working. We haven't still shredded a single green chip. We are shredding plastics. There should always be space on here because the throughput limit prevents this belt from being absolutely full. Because there's a single yellow belt in there. Now we're shredding green chips. Copper cable gets sent away. Alright, so even if we're basically just simulating being very, very lucky with the red chips. By not having these machines. So it does appear that this is fast enough to do what it needs to do. Let's go double speed. That is maybe a bit more followable. Right, so we are trashing copper cable. If we get iron, that gets trashed as well. Iron is slow to trash, but we only get 1 iron for every 4 chips. Let's just throw some iron on there. Alright, iron is deleted, even if I throw some extra on there. So this is sufficient, this will not clog up. I even could leave it like this apparently. I guess the red chips will back up after some time. So let's put it back and hope that it unclogs. Even after this many red chips are on the belt. That should also be the case, but this will always keep having stuff, I suppose. I guess no, not really. This machine might be taking some stuff off of the belt every now and then. I think that'll be alright. I think we figured it out. Got the final design. Finally. Welcome to Fulgora. This is just to recycle one thing we don't need. Well, we did 2. We did copper cable. As that worked first try. But this was kinda awkward. Rebalance red chips to the inside so the inserters have more room to stuff on the belt. This will not work. Then we also need to priority put these things on the outside of the belt, I think. I think it should unclog anyway, because the sheer amount is going to... We were just emptying these machines, that's why the belt weren't getting emptied just yet, but the machines are now empty. So this all should... It all should be fine. There we go. Now we see empty spots in the belt. Pretty soon it's all going to be gone. Alright. I think that's looking good. I declare red chips solved. Right. Now we can finally start doing something with results from scrap recycling that we're actually going to be using for science for once, because all of this is just garbage. There's no red chips in science, there's no concrete steel and copper cable. The plastics are going to come together with the copper plates from low density structures. The green chips are going to come from blue chips. We're going to have more red chips which need to be thrashed. Oh man, I should have maybe taken that into account. Uh, 1.33 times 16. So we can recycle 28.28 red chips. But we're getting back 1 in 4. I think this setup cannot handle any additional red chips either. But at least we have a sort of a blueprint which we can use, maybe. I can add a 5th set of red chip recyclers and just lead the red chips coming from blue chips into that setup as well. That might be the easiest way to do that. Wait. Alright, yeah, we were producing holmium, or consuming holmium here, I think. Okay, that now goes to 0, alright. Only holmium plates were active here, so that's just this and this. It did not get in the way of any stats over here. So maybe I should look ahead a little bit more for the rest of this then. Because blue chips are not only going to be turned into green chips, but also into red chips. LDS is also going to be turned into steel, which needs to be gotten rid of. That is fairly easy though. If we don't do quality, it's as simple as copper cable. Just basically one machine makes chest and the other recycles the chest, and then it makes chest and recycles it. Without quality, it's gonna be easy. Where is the inserter stuff? But red chips is not easy. The rest is easy though. Only red chips are not easy. So maybe we are alright. I'm not sure how many green chips are we consuming over here? So how many blue chips do we need to feed this? Basically a blue chip creates 5 green chips at a time. And we need 4 green chips for supercapacitors. If I look in my Excel, I need let's say 783 capacitors a minute. Which means divided by 5 multiplied by 4 is I need 626 green chips a minute. I suppose that's correct. No. This is how many blue chips I need per minute. I need 626 blue chips a minute. Right. Alright, there might be something wrong. Oh. I think there's something massively wrong with my predictions. I think I forgot that recycling gives back only a quarter of the stuff. That is bad. Let's check. In my Excel, 118 low density structures. Let's look at low density structures. Can I not have this open at the same time? No, I can't. Alright, we'll look at low densities first. 5 plastics for a low density structure. I said. So I'm gonna get back 5/4 plastics. 147. Okay, no, there I did it right. Oh, I'm forgetting the productivity. I forgot the productivity in the supercapacitors. That is why it's off. So 783 supercapacitors, but those machines have 95. They have 130% productivity. So at 4 electronic circuits per supercapacitor, I need only 1361. Right, there, that is correct. Right, no major mistakes. Phew. And since a recycled blue chip gives me 5, what I need is 272 blue chips a minute. That sounds better. That sounds a lot better. Okay, that does also agree with the Excel file. So how many byproducts does that give me? That gives me a blue chip requires 2 red chips, so we need to divide by 2 to get the amount of red chips that it spits out. It spits out 136 red chips a minute. Alright, that's not too many more. So 136, that's an important number. Here we are already recycling 900 red chips. So if we add that to 900, we get 1036 over 900, 1.15. We need 1.15 as many machines. We have 16. So we need basically, yeah, we'll just add another one in the middle and call it good. And then we have also solved the red chips coming from blue chips, so we have to just feed those all the way back in the system here. Alright, wait. That is for the entire thing, and this is only half the production. So can I just add one more? Not really. I guess we can bring this the other way. Temporarily, let's just connect it like this. Okay, let's pause. Let's just pause. We'll feed it in later again. Now we'll just pull it apart, split it open, fit in another one. That's nice when everything is like built similarly, right? We should be able to just do this and then just close it off again. Right, so now we need to feed red chips in here and in here. We're gonna combine those. Let me just get rid of those extra things. This is not gonna flow out here anymore. And neither is this one. All right. These are still relevant. All right, so ideally we split those off into two groups here. One comes out here and the other one comes out here. We don't do any balancing like this. I guess we need to fit one of these in if we really want to do that. 900 a minute, so this should be alright. Which means these red chips need to come in here and then we can fit it. Red chips proving to be a menace yet again. That is good enough, I think. Alright, and then these go down here. Somehow it fits exactly over the oil ocean. Let's make it cursed by going exactly around the outside. Alright, that should do it. And then later we can feed in the extra ones from blue chips as well. It would be nice if we could feed those in here. Which means we're gonna move this up. We won't be able to sneak that in there unless we do that here. These are gonna come from blue chips. Let's make a marker. Recycler. Alright. So now we know what it's for. Blue chips go in. The green chips go in the supercapacitors. The red chips come out. The red chips come out. Very good. Green chips go in here. And the red chips are brought in here again. Don't think we should use input priority at all here. This is now overbuilt for what is coming from scrap, but once blue chips are actually being turned into signs, that extra red chips can get recycled as well. Alright. Did we do it correctly now? Is red chips finally done? This is the moment we need the red chip copper and plastic. Haha, I'm going to grab it from low density structures. Those should give me all of the plastics and more copper than I need. We do need to trash the steel, but we're just going to do that without any quality stop, very simply. Alright, and for the rest, that is all the complicated byproducts. I think we did the hardest part, which is good, to get it out of the way in the first part of the stream. We will not need all the gears, but the iron we won't be using to make more batteries. We'll just be making into iron chest and scrapping it that way. We won't need all of the stone, but the stone we won't be using to make the two fluids for science over here. We'll just be scrapping, etc, etc. It should be fairly simple from now on, he said. Famous last words. Alright. Hard part complete. Should not say that. Let's say no, I don't know. Hard scrapping part complete. I'm gonna say it. I'm optimistic. How much scrap per minute? We need 56,000 scrap per minute. And all we've got access to is red inserters with hand size 1. That is why the trains look like this. We have just finished designing the 4 things that need to be scrapped, can get scrapped, including any overproduction which comes back later from blue chips. So now we can actually go ahead with, that is done. Now we can go ahead with making something for science, perhaps. Although, I think we'll start with ice cubes. There are a couple things in the base that are gonna need water. I think one of these things needs water. Yeah, this needs water. Holmium solution. And making batteries will need water. We don't have enough batteries coming out of the scrap directly. Do we get batteries out of here? Yeah, we get batteries out of here. Such a pro. Yeah, we do get batteries out there, but not enough, so we need to make more. Batteries require sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid requires water, and sulfur, which requires water, and petroleum gas, which requires water, and light oil, which requires heavy oil and water to make into the light oil. So that's going to be a watery adventure. I think that's the only things we need water for. Water for there and water for here. How big is this island? This is more than 10 chunks, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right, so we will need pumps if we do ice cube stuff here. It's going to be too big of a network. So maybe we'll do the ice cubes on demand. Did I calculate water? I did calculate water. I'm not sure I want to be... I think we're just gonna build something that can scrap all the ice cubes. I don't have enough faith that I calculated the amount of water I need correctly to be able to reliably do this. So, how much ice cubes are we making? 3k a minute. Okay, I'm gonna round that down to 3k a minute. We're gonna be turning 22 ice cubes a minute into water for sure. Ice cubes. 16 a second turn into 4 a second. No. No. I think if we feed it back into itself, we can do 10.666 ice cubes per second. Let's pretend it's 10. We're gonna take it easier now. Red chip took way too long. This is gonna do 10 per second. 10 per second is 600 a minute. We had 3,000 ice cubes. So we need 5. And then we can simply make a loop again. Yeah, the output goes back into the input as well. A little bit less simple than this. First of all, because we need to input 16 ice cubes a second to achieve this. The safe thing to do is we can actually just make a train like this. And then we don't need to input 16 ice cubes a second. Because some of them are input automatically. So this should be enough. We can also do a double-sided one. Alright, so ice comes in. Wait, 3,000 a second is... I forgot about that. We need half only. That is for both sides, so... easy enough. 3 pieces then. And then it's 1,500 a second, so 1 red belt is plenty. So maybe this is the setup that can fit into this gap over here. Straight up like that. So we are... oh wait, we can bridge under heavy oil. I every time forget about that. We cannot bridge under lava, but heavy oil is fine. We are getting the ice cubes already collected on a belt as well. So I can just collect all the ice cubes on a single belt. If I can still snake it out of here. Looks like the blue chips are gonna be coming in one tile higher. And I can sneak my way out here with the ice cubes. It's going to be cursed again. Don't worry about this, it's fine. Ice cubes come out on both sides. That's beautiful. Don't think about it. Alright. Some ice cubes will need to go to be melted into water. The rest of the ice cubes is getting trashed. That should be fast enough. Let's observe. It already seems way too fast, to be honest. I think 2 is not going to be enough though. Let's do 2. Is 2 enough? I think ice production just may have went up. EK ice. Let's verify. 5% ice out of 56,000 scrap divided by 2, because there's half of it is on this side, times 5%. We should have 1400 ice a second coming out of there. A minute, I mean. 23 ice a second. Why is this fast enough then? It takes 16, it spits out 4. Then it takes those 4 and spits out 4. And it takes those 4 and spits out 1. And it takes those 1 and spits out a quarter. And it takes that quarter and spits out a very small amount. Yeah, 10.66. I don't understand why 2 of these are fast enough. So these should be able to process. We have 2 of those. Should be able to process only 21.3 ice. Alright. I don't understand why, but if it's fast enough, it's fast enough. I guess I'll better have them recycle into each other. So the inserters don't need to pick up the extra scraps. Guess it's bingo chat. YouTube chat seems to know. I'm processing 32. Yeah, I'm processing 32. But those 32, they feed out 8. And those need to be processed as well. So if I delete those 8 which are coming out of the recycling process, I'm only processing 24. But those 8, they also get made into 2 more ice cubes. So I only have a capacity left of 22 ice cubes a second. And those 2 go into half, etc, etc. That goes down to like 21 and a little bit. Oh wait. Ah, there is it. There is the problem. Yeah, I didn't output prio. I'm just deleting half of the stuff over here. Yeah, I should have trusted my mod there instead of wondering what's going on. That should have been obvious. So now it's not going to be fast enough. I'm going to need to move back to the old design. I guess the centipede. It still maybe can be one of these, but I think we're going to have to move back to the red inserters as well. Although maybe the inserters are fast enough. I just said they need to insert, as hard to calculate with a snake, but they need to insert at maximum, let's say 1500 ice divided by 60, 25. And we've got more than enough inserters. We've got 24 inserters and these can do 1.3 items a second or something. So this'll do. That could be ice recycling loop. I gotta block the output spot. How do I block it? Not like this. Like this then. I cannot flip the design if I do stupid stuff like this. But you know, there could be like a light here or something. And the machine would not be able to output. This way I can fit the ice machine in here. I can't. Alright, ice machine goes here then. Never mind. Ice machine done. Alright, that's ice done. 5 out of the 12 ingredients are now done. That was very important, wasn't it? Alright, 5 ingredients are done. Not really though, because we still need to make the water. But this is the recycling part, I suppose. So are we first doing the recycling part then? Guess we really should. So that's this part done. The recycling part, not the making water part. I guess you cannot put a water filter on an inserter. can put one on a pump, I think. Alright. I'm not entirely sure how to continue from this point on. I think the way to continue from this point on is starting signs actually. Because all of the other ingredients which come out of the recycling, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different ones. 7 different ones. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, all the other 6 will have to be used in signs. So I think we'll first design the signs requirement. Man, it's already starting to look pretty nice. I don't have display panels at all. Every individual ice recycler needs 5.33 items on average. I think it's 10.66 because they do 60 in a second. And 2/3 of that. How are you getting the other stuff out? Let's start with that, yeah? Let's start with that, shall we? Right, 6 items are getting destroyed or made into water. I guess this is also being collected on the belt, so maybe I should first get the solid fuel out of there as well. That is going to go into rocket fuel. How much solid fuel do we get? Out of scrap recycling? 7%, alright. 28,000. That's more than a red belt per side. So we gotta make a blue belt out of that. Fortunately, it's being joined right here, which should make it fairly easy to put that into a blue belt. It's going to be a little bit tricky to get everything still out of here. Didn't leave myself a lot of space to move stuff around either. I don't want to break these splitter contraptions, they look nice. I guess we have green belts, we might as well take green undergrounds. That reaches. So for now we can start bringing that out here. Oh, this is going to look pretty cursed again. Yeah, I'm going to do it though. Then this needs to go in here again. They are nice and compact though, so that's something. Alright, that gets sorted out. That should be copyable. No, it moves over like one tile, so I gotta manually do that. This against here though. That works out. That comes out there. can go away. This has to go here. This has to go here. That's the second one. Our decorative thing over here is in the way, I'm pretty sure. Here we have a different problem. This one is going to look different, I suppose. Oh, I think we need to do some fish priorities. I don't really want to do that. So I can technically... I could just join those up. That should give me a bit more flexibility with these green guys. Gotta keep it flowing. I think I have almost puzzled myself into a corner, but not quite. You can simply go out here. And we can even green splitter ourselves here. So only one belt comes out and we don't need a fish splitter. We'll hide it under here. Alright, so everything is still flowing. This is coming out. What about the solid fuel? The solid fuel is collected here. It needs to go somewhere. Preferably to the right as well. I mean, it can easily come out here. Is that okay? I guess it's okay if we bring it out here. We cannot do this though. There's a blue bell distance. No. This is a blue bell distance though. Is that alright? I'm entirely sure I really like that. But oh well. I think we are starting to be slightly out of options. This goes to a separate rocket fuel installation. At least we have puzzled our way out of there. Now we got 6 different recipes laying on here, mainly gears. As soon as the gears are off of there, we should be good. Gears is like... I think we have more than a green belt of gears even. It's like 20%. 5600 gears is a minute. Green belts are 3600 items a minute. That's a 1.5 green belt. What about blues? It's 2 blues, right? It's over 2 blues. Okay, I think we should do gear recycling as soon as possible. Right, so we don't actually need any gears. We need iron. The fastest way to get rid of gears is to just make it all into iron then. iron we need we can use. The iron we don't need is going to go into iron chests and just get scrapped that way. I am backed up. I think it has already unclogged. It probably is because it was momentarily like not moving at all. We don't need that much iron. Let me just quickly look. We are getting out of the entirety of the setup is going to be 10,800 gears a second. And we need to make 1700 iron plates a second. That's 3400 gears into iron. So we need to scrap basically 7400 iron gears a minute. That's pretty brutal. It's more than 2 green belts a minute. If we also count the other side for that, I mean. I'm just going to make a scrapping facility for the entirety. So that's 5600 iron gears. I guess it's also a 16. We cannot do the similar thing with ice because gears recycled into iron. So we don't want iron to get recycled in there. We gotta output it on a belt. Alright, mouse over says 16 gears a second. So 16 inputs a second, that is gonna be red cells. Why is this working though? Oh yeah, because a lot of it is inserted directly. It is though. We're gonna need it. I guess 2 green belts we said. That's just gonna look like this then. And 8 iron a second comes out. Which is indeed like half a red belt. Okay, first of all, how much iron a second? How many gears a second are we making? 93. So if we divide it by 16, that's 6. If we divide it by 15, that's more than 6. So the thing is, these things cannot put 16 gears a second in the machine. They're not gonna make that. It depends a bit on orientation, but they have a rotation speed of 691 degrees a second. So they take only 1.92 items a second. So 8 of those take 15.35 items a second. Alright, let's go with this number. If we have 6 of those, we can recycle 92.13 gears a second, which is less than 93.3. So I'm gonna have to make 7. Or I'm going to have to have like extra inserters or something. I guess we can just make a stack of 7 of these. Here along the horizontal. Filter out all the gears. One annoying oil ocean patch here. So how does it look? That's 7. Can ignore the oil ocean patch if we do this. Let's try that out. Out comes 8 iron a second per machine. I guess this is also a green belt. How much iron do we get out in general? We divide it by 2 because iron gears take 2 iron a second. That's 3000. It should be a... Yeah, it has to be a green belt, but 1 green belt is going to be enough. We can have red belts in here. This is going to be green. And it has to be... We're going to do that. Then we make it disappear. Let's just see what's going on before we make it disappear. That should be good. And now we just need to somehow grab gears off of there. Temporarily, I'm just going to do this. Oh god, now I need to make a 3-to-2 splitter. Not really. Okay, I didn't know what I just did, but that's not great. Oh, that's right. Everything is still flowing, I think. Okay, so what we can do is gears. Ah, no, I have to do it directly. All right. So technically, we can do something like this. It's positioned a little bit awkwardly. That doesn't really matter. I don't need a proper splitter if I just make a crappy one. That's the idea. That's all the gears being filtered out. No more gears go in here. input priority on these, so this belt will get backed up. We can see if something goes on there. That should be fairly reliable. You get almost a full belt of iron out. 7 pieces, so this thing should actually be over here. No. 1, 2, 3, then it goes here, and then the 4th, that goes here. I guess here we balance it again, but it's looking good. This is going to be hard to copy to the other side though. I will have to copy it in parts because this island just looks different. That looks to be iron gears. Gone. That is the biggest product of them all. Alright, we gotta do the hydrate. I must say the belts flowing on Fulgora, that always looks very satisfying. The scrap coming in a mix and then organizing it, and it just looks fair. It just looks nice. I mean, Gleba has the most ASMR soundtrack, but I think Fulgora probably has the most ASMR look, were it not for the lightning strikes at night. That is not very ASMR. Don't trust my concrete setup, man. Something is not right here. I think I want to do this. I don't want to see that back up all the way to the belt here. That's too far. That's too far. If it gets backed up to before the splitter, then the concrete will block the rest from flowing through as well. We are limited by the inserters here, that's the annoying part. Problem is I need to put that in here as well, so how am I going to do that? In a way that looks aesthetically pleasing. Not really, not realistically gonna be able to do that. This looks pretty cursed though, so maybe we can do something with that. If this fits, I don't think that fits. It doesn't fit. On which side of the belt is this being output? That could be... No, it could not be. It could not be. This needs to hit all of this. I mean, there is a way. There's always a way. Always a way. Always a way. Go on the left side. You go on the right side, don't you? Yeah, you go on the right side. I knew you was gonna go on the right side. There's always a way. This hurts. There's always a way. Nobody said there was a good way. We're gonna hide it. Well, that doesn't work either. Dang it. It doesn't work either. I cannot get it on there. Why not add extra inserts to the other assembler? Because it takes 4 inserters worth of concrete and outputs 4 inserters worth of hazard concrete. So this will help, but now it's just full of hazard concrete all the time. Whereas these keep up with the recyclers. Alright. We're gonna do the dumb way then. There's always a way. This is nicely built around this shape though, so not really sure how well it's gonna look on the other side. Alright, so now we have a little bit of extra capacity. Like 1 inserter more. And since we were really on the verge of like backing up all the time, that 1 inserter is gonna make the difference. I'm pretty positive about that. We have near side of the belt priority, so we could output priority on the near side as well. So all the concrete goes on one side as much as possible. That might make these inserters a little bit faster even, since they can more easily grab off the near side. Don't tell me that was all I needed to do. Okay, I did something bad. What did I do this time? Right. It was on the far side for a reason. Because I'm just side loading this in here. I can still do it. That means I need to side load on the far side. Let's empty it out. And we can play again. And we have the extra inserter, so it should unclog itself. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this quick and dirty right now. Like that. I should probably just make this a priority input instead of side loading it. Because if something like that happens once, that is bad news. It should never happen, but this is more dangerous than Glabba without turrets. Alright, let's do it the normal way. We have a green splitter, let's use it. I don't think we need it for concrete. %, okay, 6%. I think that should fit in a red belt. 56,000. We have 28,000 per site. Times 7%. 6%. Can I type a point? Come on. 1680, so it should be less than a red belt, which is coming from the right. So no. We input priority what comes down. Let's just see how that goes. Just gonna delete a little bit. We are we backing up? Okay, let's do upgrade it. See if it helps. Yeah, it does seem to help. It's unclogging almost immediately. Alright. We no longer need output priority. We're just going to keep it flowing as is. Alright, the entire backlog is gone. Let's see if this is really the bottleneck. I don't think so. No, it's not. Alright, so this is good. We'll use that to... I mean, the belts are flowing constantly. We're eating everything. Okay, it's working better when it's upgraded. I don't understand why it needs to be upgraded, but let's keep it upgraded then. We'll make it green because green looks nicer. Never mind the 40 tungsten plates and stuff we need to... we need to automate belts on Vulcanus, looks like. I did account for the recycling, I think. We still have 2 red belts on this side. We just had the original less than 1800 coming from this side over 1 belt. From here there's 2 red belts going in, 2 red belts coming out, so it should not block anything. As far as I know. Gears still flowing, so I think gears is approved. Alright, so all gears goes into iron. Then that iron basically needs to, similar to the ice. Some of that iron needs to go to batteries and the rest can just get trashed into chests. 5600 gears, 2800 iron a minute. So we need to make, like, let's say 50 iron a second into chest. Hey, hello, thanks. I need a better username for the 3 months of subscription. And quick. I need a better username too, but it's a little bit late now for me. Alright, so we can put a sneaky assembler here, I suppose. How much iron can one of these boys eat up? 32 iron. I don't think I can feed that guy 32 iron. Let's be careful. We need. We can fit it. Technically, we can. But we're not going to. We'll use 2 and I'll use the regular quality ones. 20 and 20, it's not enough though. How many inserters is 46.6666? It is. Okay, I gotta do it again. I lost my train of thought. Processing 28,000 resources, 5,600 are gears, 2,800 are iron plates, is 46 a minute. If we divide it over 2 assemblers, 23.33 items a second per assembler, which means over 12 inserters per assembler. Ah, that's annoying. I wanted to do something like this to put the iron in. Well, it looks like that is not quite enough inserters. We also need to output 4 chests a second. The fun thing is that can all go directly into a recycler. These can eat 32 iron in a second, so I can even just feed it back straight into the next one. That should not be a problem. The only problem is we need more inserters. I guess 1 more per side. How close are we? 12.21. I can just add 1 of these. And that should be good. Okay, that's cursed. That's sufficiently cursed again. We need blue belts to do this. I guess we have We are green teamed around this area, so looks like we're gonna go green. Do we do like a zigzag? We'll do a zigzag. We'll zigzag it. Okay, we cannot. Let's just zigzag. We'll zigzag it like this. Alright. And then I guess the tiniest bit of iron needs to go straight. And that's the last one. Oh yeah, we have the second inserter that also needs to grab. Let's waste another 40 tungsten plates on decorative green underground belts. And that is pretty cursed. I hope this works. We need to get rid of this guy a bit. That can pretty sweetly fit right there. Okay, pause the game. Could try just to fit it here instead. So the iron goes straight in there. I think we'll do that. Alright. Security overflow in case stuff backs up, but we should see no iron flowing on this belt. Let's go, I suppose. What did we do in the meantime? Hard scrapping part complete. Famous last words. We have ice and gears done. I think. I hope so. Let's go. Okay, something is wrong. I forgot something. This doesn't automatically go. I just saved. This doesn't automatically go in the recyclers. Let's watch chat and see. Okay, outside the recycler, how to get it to recycle. Okay, yeah. Right. That kind of sucks, but I think we can get away with it. We need to offset these then. Guess we need technically only one tile offset, but that's gonna be hard. A red inserter is anyway better than a yellow one. Let's curse that as well by grabbing it from the other side, because why not? There then. Resave. Replay. Come on, iron. Get recycled. Let's check if this thing doesn't fill up too much. Wait, we are doing 4 chests a second at max speed, so we need more inserters there. I guess we can just fill it up with inserters to make it look nicer. Did I underestimate how much I would need? It appears so. I think it's gonna back up. Don't see. Okay, there goes the iron. Okay, so it backs up after a while. Do I care? The part which is not fast enough is the assemblers. You can fit a sneaky speed module in there. That'll probably do it. Thing is the outputting of the chests here. Wouldn't have thought that. Yeah, we do get iron sneaking off of there. Alright, I'm not sure I care about this because we technically will be using iron whenever this is flowing. We're using iron to make batteries as well. But I think I should care about it anyway. Alright. So since the output is not fast enough, we can add one annoying inserter over here. Spaghetti it in there. I want to hide it. Alright, let's speed it up now. See if you see any iron flowing on this belt. Maybe I should, if I speed it up a lot, just do the old way with the loader. So we can see how much iron ends up in this chest. It looks like we're okay. No iron is yet in the chest. I'm not removing it. Okay, there we go. Iron is in the chest. That took a while though. Okay, we're speeding it up. Alright, now it's empty all the time. It looks like we're speeding it up then. Just to be on the safe side. It's reliable now because this stays empty, whereas before there were like 50 plates in there. It just empties out again, even if I add iron. Alright. That is gears done. So now we have... yeah, that's the way to do it, I think. We did ice cubes, fresh the ice cubes, except what needs to go to science. Here we did gears into iron, trash the iron, except it needs to go into science. I think this is the correct way forward. That is gears done as well. So now we just have these things left. And to make rocket fuel, I suppose. And then blue chips and LDS are kind of a special case because we don't immediately want to trash. We want to trash the overflow, but we want to create a big buffer chest area to collect those and send them off to Gleba before we trash any surplus. I guess we're still building the entire... we're still going to be building the entire capacity to trash everything, I suppose. Just to be on the safe side. Thanks, C-Rex. I should really get up a little bit. Maybe I'm just going to take a quick break. Let's go 19A. Okay, that's the bottom of it. Oh, that's a nice break screen. I'm gonna take a few minutes break, walk around a bit and a bit of stretching and blah blah blah, you know the drill. And then we'll be back and continue on the spot. Is there actually still something to trash before we need to make science? There's holmium ore. That doesn't get trashed. Stone. Stone gets trashed. The excess, but that's very easy. Low density and blue chips get stored. I don't even know what this is. Batteries. Batteries all get used. They don't need to be trashed at all. And gears we just did, so I think the rest is going to be sciencey stuff. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright. Is there still sound? I think there's just no track playing. Alright, there's sound. Let's put one on. Oh, I had an inventory open, that's why there was no sound. Stuff. Alright, what are we doing? I lost my train of thought. Science. I think it's about time we start thinking about supplying this. We might actually just get rid of the loaders and just start feeding stuff in here. Is this in the final place? It could be approximately in the final place. We will need to borrow... I don't know if I saved before. Let's save here. I think we need to borrow some stuff from Vulcanus, but not here. It's not built up. We need to go into the actual save game. So the point is, we need to... have a small buffer chest for science, because we are not going to be continuously launching up rockets to a ship, because there's not always going to be a ship present. So we need a little bit of a buffer, and then we need to launch science twice as fast whenever a ship is there. That's the way we've been doing it on Vulcanus and the other planets. So one rocket would be enough to keep up with 1800 SPM, but we are feeding 2 bells or 3600 SPM here. So the rest of the... So basically we are half of the time we're feeding out 3600 SPM, and then we are just backfilling the chest again whenever we are not launching signs up. So just gonna copy this part. Let's just make a blueprint. It doesn't exactly need to be this size. And do we also blueprint this? Why reinvent the wheel? How are we doing it on Gleba? We're doing it not with so many beacons, or did we do the same thing on Gleba? No, Gleba has like 11 rocket silos because they all need to go at the same time. It should have been 20. I made a mistake here. I counted 2000 signs per rocket, and it's only 1000 obviously. But somehow the ship was exactly fast enough to do it if I put down my personal rocket silo. Now it's 11 and it's exactly fast enough with a couple other adjustments on Novi's, like some buffer chests next to the rocket silos here, which store up some stuff. If we launch from there, and here something similar. Alright. Sidetracks. Yeah, sidetracks. Alright, so I do want to copy this then. We're gonna do a double silo launch. Blueprint. Again, we don't really need the belts, but that is the parts we're going to use. So how big is that? That is the main question. And does it fit on this island? I think we can fit it on here. I should switch off the grid because it makes me OCD. It doesn't work too well with my OCD. The rockets can fly up over here, over the long part of the island, over the rest of the base, so that will look nice. I'm gonna make sure to build some part of the base under the rocket silos then. Technically... How big is the gap here? This would align nicely like such. And then the signs goes out to here. Do we have space for that buffer chesty thingy? Like this though. Okay, so this is the minimum amount of space we would need. I think it's possible. To flop it in here. Okay, that's still good. That's not the entire thing though. It's a little bit tight here. A little bit too tight. I got substations researched. Will I be using substations to do this? I can bring signs over on this side, really. Why not? It doesn't need to flow to the right. Everything else is coming from the right at the moment, but it doesn't need to be. We can maybe flip this. Flipping is dangerous though. I do a lot of like stupid side loading stuff, and that all breaks when you flip. Right, we'll do it on this side. Then we probably can just copy the entire thing. We could bring this all the way down. Right, so then science is going out on this belt. You can let it flow between the beacons. Come out here, output priority to the silos. If we are not loading the silos, it's going in the chests. And then when these rockets are launching, they will both be able to process the belt of live produced signs as well as the buffered signs. That works the same. We can still do the rocket parts from the other side. Here we can make it a bit tighter. This is the bottom belt. Sure. Alright, let's do that. We'll detach all the loaders. We keep the infinity chest so we know what to connect where. And we can start filling in the blanks. So is this then the final configuration? I could have put it on the right side actually. I can move the entire setup a bit to the left. think it will look nice though with the science packs flown over the top. Let's try to find how it will fit the nicest. So we need at least 2 belts of stuff coming down. Got like such a nice straight edge over here. I think I want to give the belts their own we get 2 belts coming here. We have a tiny underground here, but for the rest it's all pretty good. Alright, that's going to be rocket parts. 1 belt with rocket fuel, the other belt with blue chips and low densities. These are only the rockets that are going to launch science. We still need more rockets that are going to launch rocket parts to Gleba, but that is of later worry. That looks pretty sweet in the terrain that we've got. I can try to mine out the scrap on the island. I think I'm not gonna bother. It's gonna be hard. That's not on the island actually. Oh, right, that's good enough then. One more copy of these inserters somewhere. I don't have lightning towers research. I will have to just make normal ones. I'm gonna assume we have enough power. I'm just gonna hope. No. One second, just making sure I'm not running out of data. Some stupid provider mechanics going on. I think we should be alright. My super precise, the way, like the same problem with concrete, the way I normally build super precise setups doesn't really work too well for Fulgora because there's variance in the outputs that you get. We have pretty big numbers going on. But it's still a little bit iffy sometimes if we can get everything. Like if we have a bunch of gear heavy scrap recycled products, do I have enough belt buffer to temporarily catch that? Or will it back up until before the point where we are splitting it off basically? That's a problem. So I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing here. But on the other side, I have 12 trains, I need only 11 and I'm building everything around 12 trains, so we should keep enough back pressure to keep science going. That's also a buffer which we have. We're probably gonna be fine. Alright, we're gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Let's do the next thing. What is the next thing? I don't know what the next thing is. That's the problem. The next thing is stone. Stone is easy. Let's do stone. It's also at the base of the chain for electrolyte and for holmium solution. That's the only two destinations for stone. And all of that is later used in various parts of Fulgoran signs. But stone should be easy. We gotta keep in mind we're only providing half the stone. So there's that. How much stuff do we still have left over in general over here? Okay, no iron is on this belt at all just yet, so it does appear that we are fast enough getting rid of all of the iron. So sure. A nice zigzag. We don't need any of those. And neither do we need this. Oh, that's actually not part of the set then. So all of this can come down. Since this goes in here. Okay, and now this is touching that, which should not be. How is this before? I think that belt was not there. That's all I need to do. That's a perfect place for a light. Alright, and then we have 3 leftover belts here. There's not going to be a lot of stuff left over. We also have the fuel belt still coming. We need to do something with that at some point. In general though, I think there's not a lot of stuff left over anymore. Let's take a look again. So what is still on the belt? We took care of iron gears and solid fuel. That's off there. Concrete and ice are off there. Steel is off there. So it's batteries, stone, blue chips, low densities and holmium. 5 more things. Together good for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12% of items. So we're left with 12% of items. So how much stuff is that? 28,000 is 3,360 items a minute. Which is less than a green belt. Comfortably so. So we can combine everything on a single green belt from this point on. And because that's fun, I think we're gonna do that. That also means that all of these are now red beltable. For sure. And we can stop spending expensive green belts on stuff that doesn't need it. Alright, fuel is coming out here. We gotta build rocket fuel somewhere still, but as of later care. I think I wanna see this flow. Yeah, that looks alright. That looks nice. And then that's what's coming out still. That's left. It does look like more than a green belt somehow. Now let's move this somewhere out of the way. Let's grab a 3-to-1 balancer. That's a 1-to-3 balancer. I think we need to upgrade this to green completely. Alright, let's check if this works. I see no gaps in this belt, so that's a bad sign. I think we are backing up. So something is off with my calculation for sure. Maybe there's one more item on this belt. Chromium, low densities, processing units, no, no, stone, batteries, no, 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 no. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, no. Yes, 12%. It should be good. Yeah, 56 items a second is pretty close to 60. Maybe it's too close to 60 for the variants or something. Alright, so we'll split of stone. Fine, fine, fine. We'll split of stone. How much stone are we getting? We're getting 4% stone. Yeah, 4% stone again. 28,000. Okay, it's less than a red belt of stone. Everything is less than a red belt now. So do we do... I don't want to mix the belts just yet then. This is way less than a red belt, so that should be fine. It should be fine. Let's grab the 3-to-1 balancer again. This time it can be red though. Oh, it fits exactly here. That's nice. Stone comes out over here. This goes to rocket fuel. This goes to trash. So this goes to science. This goes to trash. Trashing stone is simple. I have no idea what the speed is for stone though. Alright, there's also 16 stone. Goes down into 4. $2,400 a minute, so 1,200 per site. I think we calculated less than that. Dang it, 28,000 times 0.04. That's less. Whatever. This is 16 stone a second. If we recycle it into itself, it's going to be 10.6066 again. We have 1500 stone a second. No, 1120, but it was actually more, so let's be on the careful side. 2 and a bit. 2 is not going to be fast enough. It is going to be fast enough if we use uncommons, so let's use uncommons. I'm going to try it with regular ones. Oh. Convert to landfill and recycle. Oh yeah, that's actually a smart plan. Landfill even recycles into itself. Yeah, it recycles into itself. Now I want to kind of try this though. Now I don't really know how much stone I should count for. I let everything back up by accident, and this is the result. This is all empty now, and this is just waiting. Because I forgot to put the make everything disappear things on the edge, on the end. Okay, so now it will all fill up again. I'm gonna try doing this with the yellow ones again. You can actually just go all the way around like this. That's probably enough. Yes, we could make it into landfill. But if this is enough, I think I'll just go with the simple one. That very much appears to be enough. Right, and we're going to be using stone for signs as well, so it doesn't need to be that crazy. If we do the inserters on one side though, we can make these belts go under it. I like the loop though, the loop looks nice. So what can we do with the loop? This goes to signs, and then this goes into the trash. So we'll leave that be. Okay, this goes to science. This also goes to science. So that can nicely meet up here. And I think we can do a nice stairs. Let's balance everything as well. Back to green belts. Now it should fit on one belt. Alright, so stone backs up. This goes to science. The rest will get trashed. Good enough. I was so worried that it would not fit on the island. Look at how much space we have used up so far. There's almost nothing. It's gonna fit. It's gonna fit. Alright, that's nice. Let's tighten this up. This still goes to somewhere. This goes to science, and this we have to work with still. 1, 2, 3, 4 products remaining. I guess we can technically switch everything onto its own belt now. The iron needs to combine with batteries to make more accumulators. Or to make some of the accumulators. To make all the accumulators, but the rest of there will be iron left over, and that needs to go together with copper and sulfuric acid to make even more batteries. Alright, so that's stone. That was the easy one. Blue chips is also gonna be easy. Doesn't look like blue chips are easy since they consist, the fluid is ignored, but they consist of red and green chips. That's such red, and the green chips is iron and copper cable, so, and this is plastics, and oh god. But no, not at all, because the blue chips go in here, in the recyclers. The green chips just go in here, get used. That's the limiting factor. The red chips come back out, and the red chips we already prepared for, so that is just feed it in. I'm gonna feed all of this in, man. I built this way too tight. I think we can sneak it in. I think there is space. We can move the entire thing to the left a little if we really need to. I think it will fit. So blue chips is easy. We just need to connect it to here, connect the other belt to here. So that is easy. What is less easy though is we need to also recycle the leftover blue chips. And we need to store any leftover blue chips. Where is the other silos gonna be? The ones which launch stuff to Gleba, maybe down here. Don't think there's gonna need to be a lot of silos, but that's probably gonna be bot fed. What a weird corner is this. Kinda asks for just fitting something like this here. don't think we need beacons on this, but that's gonna be the Glabba ones. So we can have like a storage area over here for rocket parts. Maybe make rocket fuel over here somewhere as well. Like central, where we can meet up both sides. Then just the science production is going to be over here, and this is just going to be long transport belts coming in, because it doesn't look like we're going to need that area. We can later use that area if we decide not to trash all of our red chips over here, but instead send them to Norvies or something. So there still is extra space for future purpose. We also later need extra holmium plates to go to Aquilo. So we need another rocket silo for that. Maybe just like right next to here. I think it was not a lot of holmium plates which need to go to Aquilo. I don't really want to connect it before I build the rest. But then again, blue chips is so easy, I probably just should do this. Why am I in map view again? I think we're just splitting the things off here. Let's do low density structures as well. And then batteries and holmium ore. And everything is split. I know this doesn't need to be a splitter. Well, let's just see. Nothing should go in that belt anymore. There's some sort of backup. I want to have the holmium ore on some splitter as well. Okay, that's the entire T split then. I just have a little bit of an idea how this fits. Looks like I am out of these. Is this just gonna fit on here? I'm pretty sure it's not. It doesn't need to though. The 6 belts just need to connect into these 6 stacks over here. So we don't really need to copy any of this. That is just how it happens to come in over here. Just need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. However that fits. This is the part that we really want to copy. Green belt of holmium. Yeah, we're gonna keep that. Okay, this is now flippable as well. The trashable items do kind of fit on the left side here. We gotta move some stuff over slightly, but it's not really a problem. we can just have those things come out. I think that is fine. Okay, so we can just copy paste everything on this side, except this iron chest thing, which then just will rotate somehow. That goes in here then. Output priority is this one. This is the chest one. Alright, and that belt needs to go in here. So how does this fit? Can we... And we can kind of sneak it on like this. Also go like this. That kind of makes sense, doesn't it? This is just a backup actually, so we don't need that. That goes to science. And that does not go to science. Sure. Alright, so that is how it fits on this side. That is decent. So if I want this to fit as well, I should not build in this area over here. Then I can just copy paste the rest of the build as well, because here is a lot of space. Wait, okay. I shouldn't build in this area. This is not my build area. I got some space. There's another one weird straight corner here. And there is space here. And there is space here. There's not much to do anymore. Let's do connect it. We'll connect it. Blue belts, we'll just make everything red for now. And stone, those just can go straight. And batteries just can go straight. And all of this, we don't need to process any of this. All of this just goes to science. We have an infinite power network, so we don't need that. I'm so used to rotating those automatically after I place one, but these don't rotate. Alright, holmium ore goes into holmium solution, and that's it. All the holmium ore just needs to connect to here. Like that. Stone needs to connect here as well as here. So stone basically goes in there. Where's my stone? Stone is here. Then we need to have a stone splitter in there as well. Let's go red bells. Alright, here comes the stone. Chromium ore goes here. And stone goes here. I guess it could go here. We can do just a normal thing. We'll just delete it at the end. Actually building it now. Alright, and that's whole new solution if we pretend we have the water already. Don't have space for one. Somebody decided to do this. Right? No stone, no chromium, that's all done. Now we just need to connect heavy oil. Well, that's easy. I mean, that is probably the easiest part of the entire build. The hardest part is finding the offshore pump in the menu. You can even build it in a straight line. Alright, another ingredient done. This one needs water. Probably just gonna have a network of water at some point. So where's my ice cubes? My ice cubes are here. We just turned into water here, I don't know. Maybe just maybe just here already. We'll deal with that later. Water is gonna be fairly easy. Let's do the other things we just brought over. We got blue chips, low density structures, and batteries. Low density structures don't need to go down. We still need to do something with those at some point. Batteries do need to go down. They have two destinations, if I remember correctly. Accumulators as well as these capacitors. Especially accumulators. That is the reason why we need so many of them everywhere. And blue chips needs to go here. Looks like it's easiest if blue chips comes in on this line. And it does need to go on only one side of the belt. So probably want to do this. needs to be one side of the belt so we can throw away the red chips. The blue chips stop here at the end and the red chips get transferred. Well, I guess they get transferred. All the way back, and suddenly this is falling into place again because these red chips need to go here. And we have done the thing with the blue chips where they go into here. The green chips and the red chips are coming back, so we no longer need the reminder. There they come. They get fed into the existing red chip setup. I do worry that if I let everything back up and start it again, that it could something of this could probably backfire and clog up, but I guess we'll deal with that problem in some point. Hey Jos. Yeah, I don't know how well it's going. Okay, the soundtrack also doesn't know how well it's going. I don't really mind that soundtrack, but for the stream it's the dissonance is not nice. Okay, concrete is flowing still, so that's good. This is all stopped producing now as well. Batteries is next. 2 destinations, this belt and that belt. Iron needs to come in here as well. Kind of running out of belts, aren't we? We're gonna need even more batteries to come in. Maybe these rocket parts are just gonna come in. I do like that they come in here. Maybe we need to move the entire thing a little bit to the left so I have like a couple more belts of space. Is a little bit tricky, especially with those stupid lightning towers. I'm gonna save first. All right. Those are gonna stay. That's the rocket parts. And now we have these belts free. Bring over batteries and what else? The alignment of the silos is still with signs, so that's good. I forgot to delete the blue chips at the end. We'll just throw them away like this then, for now. No quality on holmium. No, I don't have quality in the sign setup. I do have quality on the module makers. That's going to be more than plenty. The sign setup is going to be complicated enough as this, because ideally for quality you start at the mining. I just don't have the space. I thought I wouldn't have the space. Maybe I do, but it's unnecessarily complicated for currently not a lot of benefit. as we won't be researching epic and legendary quality before reaching the solar system edge, and I doubt I'm gonna play on after that. So what about ice? Maybe we don't need to split it off. Maybe we just make water right here. How do you make water from ice? You put it in. The chemical plant. Okay, I knew that. I knew that. We have thrusters already. Alright, so how much water do I need? I'm just going to look at the Excel for now, but I'm going to overbuild it probably. In total, I need 24,000 water a minute. That's not a lot. 24,000 a minute is 400 a second. Chemical plant, we should have those. Melting ice cubes. Okay, it is a lot. We can divide it by 2 because it's 2 sides. That's at least 10 chemical plants though. That's something. Taking 1 ice a second. That's a lot of ice. How many fit like this? 9. Of course it's 9. Why would it be 10? Okay. Rare ones. 1.6. 6.4, 9.6, 7 will be more than 200 water a second. And we can even add a little bit more if we really need to. I can just build 8 or 9 already and call it good. This will not exist then. I think it looks off anyway, so sure. Then I can fit 10, I suppose. Let's have them align with the bottom belt here. And it's as simple. I don't even need quality inserters really, but since everything is quality, we'll quality this as well. Alright, something backed up again. It's gotta be blue chips. Yeah, the blue chips is just too slow. Alright. I want to keep the red chips flowing. Okay, let it flow again. Ah, holmium ore, alright. As soon as one thing is not moving, everything stops, right? Welcome to Fulgora. Hey, we got a lot of water. Let's put a pipe on there. We'll do the pairs thing. Let's delete all water first and see what happens. We'll put a reservoir just for to take a look. And then we'll delete it. Alright, so still plenty of ice is flowing down. We have access to tubes all the time. Oh wait, these inserters are not fast enough to keep this supplied. Well, I guess we can always do this. And it's still, that's actually a lot of water. Alright, we won't be using that much water, but let's disconnect it. I guess this water needs to be piped in somewhere. That's fairly annoying. Do I have a linked pipe? We do have linked chests, but not linked pipes. Alright. Or do we? Okay, still we are... Something is wrong with blue chips. I know what's wrong with blue chips. Yeah, so we don't need a red belt of blue chips coming in here, but this is what we need to do. This goes to rocket parts and whatnot, so sure. That means we also no longer need this thing over here. One of those rocket parts is actually right here. Since everything is designed with Mark III productivity, we're also going to upgrade these. I think that should actually increase the speed of the silo. 1.56 parts a second, this is 177. This entire structure is outdated anyway, I think. But the entire idea of the beacons was minimum power consumption. Okay, which means I need to delete one speed module, but that it's still faster than it was. And will be... Do I want to use productivity in the rocket silo? I'm not convinced that I need that, since we're gonna be trashing blue chips, low density structures and solid fuel anyway. So why would I go out of my way to max prod mod that? If that just means we need to trash more. Thanks Mark III for the Prime subscription. Thanks for the free basis money. I mean, if I would be like consuming resources to make those, it would make sense. Maybe we don't need them at all, but we can fine-tune that later. It is nice to have the same rocket silo structure for the science packs as on the other planets. Just paying attention. blue chips and low density structures go on this belt, outside belt. And rocket fuel goes on the inside belt then. For now we'll do this then. Same. This goes to storage. Okay. That's 2 of the 3 rocket parts. Then we just need rocket fuel, which we need to make from the solid fuel and the water we just made. So that is fairly easy now. And then that needs to come into here somewhere. Got solid fuel up here. What if stone just goes 1 belt higher? I can have all 3 rocket parts coming in next to each other. Kinda makes sense. This belt is gonna be rocket fuel, I suppose. We can do a curse splitter. Let's do a curse splitter. And then rocket fuel goes in there. Probably just... Do I want to turn all of my solid fuel into rocket fuel? What is the recipe for rocket fuel? I don't think we... Do we need water? We just need light oil. We need to crack some heavy oil and light oil. That's why we need the water. In general... That's a recipe which could profit of these assemblers, I think, because it's a slow one. Not as slow as it used to be. Oh, how much solid fuel are we producing? I'm just gonna calculate it again, I think. You can look at the production stat. This is exactly 4,200 a minute. And Maat says 1960 a minute per side. It must be... Something else must be active somewhere. I don't know. How much scrap are we doing? 60k a minute. Alright, let me just quickly check this. Let's save. Are we doing stuff somewhere else? Bye island. No. No, we are not. Okay, so all the scrap goes here. All 60,000 apparently. That's why my underground's wrong way around. Oh god, where? Hier. Dang it. And switch back on. I thought Glebber was supposed to be the planet which was dangerous to do. For deadlocking and stuff. It is Fulgora. Always has been. I don't think we have space to really flop that in here, to be honest. Especially if I don't want to build in this area. And keep the scrap free, it would be nice. Maybe we can. There's always a way. I mean, there's always a way. This eats up 1.33 solid fuel a second. Sometimes you wish you had anti-productivity modules, but we don't. That's fast enough. That's fast enough. Of course we have to output somewhere. We can output straight onto this belt actually. I want to output on this belt though, because it looks better. Funnier at least. So maybe we are doing the thing. Okay, that's a standard belt weave. Now we gotta make it a Hendrix belt weave. With the nice viewing windows. Something like that, perhaps. And the question is, how many of those do I need to put in a line before we consume all of the solid fuel? Alright, so apparently we're doing 60k scrap a second. I guess we'll calculate with that then. That is the 4200 we saw in the overview. Half of that is 21 on this side. Divided by minutes. The 35. So that is a lot. 35 a second. First we'll be making it into rocket fuel and then we'll be scrapping the rocket fuel later. 35 is probably way too much. We do have the extra water though, we don't really need to worry about it. And heavy oil is free. And we only need a little bit of light oil. So if divide that by 1.33 we get 26 assemblers. That is a lot of assemblers. We can speed it up perhaps. And then we cannot do the viewing window, but we can put 2 inserters on every one of these. 2.18, we can be faster even. 2.6, that's probably the fastest we can go. I closed my calculator again. 60k times 0.07 divided by 2 divided by 60, 35, but now we divide by 2.6. to get 14 assemblers. That's better, I think. A bit more expensive, especially if you want to minimize pollution as well. Then 12, 14. That's this many. I mean, we have space to do more. So perhaps we can just do it. We can also count how much rocket fuel we will really need and then produce that much, but I don't know how much we'll actually need just yet. We'll also send stuff to Gleba. I'm not sure I calculated that with high precision. So we'll just try to process everything and deal with the excess of rocket fuel later. Forgot to put pipes on there. We do need to do the second inserter then, so that kind of sucks. We have to do this then. Can I even power this? Yeah, we can from this side. Right? So by viewing ports. So be it. Alright. Then we need 14 times 2.61 light oil. So let's say 37 a second at minimum. Let's try to keep the calculator open for once. Alright, that is 2 of these. We'll put speed in there. Or do we? We can do 2. Without. That's way overkill, but it's fine. We do need extra light oil for something else as well. Over here. This needs light oil. But how much? 14.5 a second. Okay, let's add that. That's 52 oil per second. That's 48. That's not fast enough then. So we are putting 1 speed module in there. Make it 62. That is plenty fast enough. I'm pretty sure it's going to be fast enough. Alright, minus 78% energy consumption. That's fine. Water, heavy oil. Let's pump the heavy oil under the heavy oil ocean, because why not? That makes sense. There's way too many of those. Shouldn't be building in this area, but it's heavy oil. Alright, we'll use this spacing then as well. There we go. Is that symmetric? Yeah, it is. Alright. That looks nice. Heavy oil. Oh, we just need to connect water. Water is over here. It's going to be a bit annoying. I think it has to come from the bottom. Not really sure how water is going to come just yet. I'm just going to spawn it in for now, I think. Because piping is a lot more work than belting, and especially removing them again and moving is going to be annoying. I'll do that once everything is built. For now, just water. There we go. Light oil. Rocket fuel. Rocket fuel coming on the belt. Ah, that doesn't work. This does though. Alright, rocket fuel. You need to go here. As well as straight. Right. Not great planning. So, obviously the solution, I cannot stop weaving the belts. How much does this need? One? We can do a yellow one. Let's do a yellow. Don't have more space. Let's keep the spacing. Output priority to the silo, and we're gonna make rockets then. Nice. Okay, it's not science, but it's a significant part. Instead of scrapping ice and fuel, make extra power to have less accumulators and more space. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. The power part will fit in last. If accumulators will do it, I won't bother. But if it looks like accumulators won't do it, then we'll add more power. It's a flexible system. We are starting with trashing everything which we possibly, or which is not absolutely required for science. And then later we can redirect any surplus products to do other stuff, like making power, sending red chips to Norvies, something like that. Right, the silos are ready. Now we just need design specs. Depleted miners made unmineable. Yeah, that's in the that's in that mod, yeah. Alright. Good stuff. Silos done. Are we actually consuming all the rocket fuel? Yes, we are. It's moving. Do we have a... Ah, yeah, okay. So we were trashing some of it. Oh, that's bad, because this was all the way active to here. Let's just speed this up a bit. See if any rocket fuel disappears. I think we have a small chance that random results screw us over. I'm gonna go green on the rocket fuel belt. At least until the first one over here. And since a full red belt fits on half a green belt, this should never be a problem. I see, while more and more of the stuff goes. How does that... Okay, wait, there's more coming over here. Alright. Okay, I just need to delete this then. This does no longer need to exist. It should never back up. Okay, let's see. Almost all of them are active. Sometimes all of them are active. As long as this is not backing up, I'm happy. No, none of it is backing up here. This is a free-flowing belt. Looks like we're okay. And we do not need to trash solid fuel. Although trashing solid fuel is probably easier than trashing rocket fuel. Maybe burning rocket fuel in a heating tower is a more effective way to trash it, really. Even if you're not using it to make power. Let's do a comparison. A regular recycler against the heating tower. I think the recycler is gonna win though. Pause the game. 1 and 1. Let's open the recycler. I think that is definitely gonna win. Okay. Oh, not by that much though. It's like a... This is 1/3 burned or something. And we do get solid fuel back from this. It's probably faster to... You need 10 solid fuel, right, to make a rocket fuel? Yeah, 10 solid fuel. So a stack of solid fuel against 5 rocket fuel, I suppose. What is faster? Do we go tick by tick? Alright, that is 40 processed. It looks like solid fuel is just faster. Solid fuel is done. No ingredients, and rocket fuel is still being processed. So maybe we do want to delete the solid fuel instead of the rocket fuel. No, I want the gears to be visible. It's fine. Especially if we are going to trash the solid fuel instead of the rocket fuel. Yeah, burning is much slower, like about 3 times slower at Piert. Alright. Done. Done. I guess this we're gonna leave for a different time. Storing the rocket fuel, blue chips and low density structures for Gleba. We need to look at the requirements for Gleba, I suppose. And we need a ship to fly between Fulgora and Gleba to deliver the rocket parts. We have done the scrapping of this. The only thing left to do is scrap low density structures to get the required plastics and copper to make the superconductors, I think. Copper and plastics. It requires 1 copper, 1 plastics. Low density scrapping gives us 4 times as much copper as plastics. But we also need to make batteries still. Let me check what was the limiting thing. Don't really know. We're just gonna scrap low density structures, send everything to batteries. I think there's gonna be leftover copper. Copper plate. Quickly looking in the Excel what the heck I really need. Looks like I need to make so many batteries. I need to scrap more low density structures. And I'm gonna actually have a plastics excess. Ooh, that is unexpected. I think that's because I switched over to Mark III productivity modules. Because this has way more steps behind it, so we need way less plastics. Whereas the batteries, first of all, the accumulators don't have extra productivity from modules. And there's only 1 step to science, so suddenly I need more copper than plastics. It's not really a problem, we still need to do the same thing, which is scrap low density structures. I don't really know how many then. I guess we can look at the mouse over figures a little bit. Here we need 3 plastics a second. Three copper plates a second. So I'm going to have 9 copper plates in excess. 9 copper plates in excess. we require 782 accumulators a minute. Which means 13 a second, and we are producing we have enough production, obviously. Which means we need batteries for those. We need 5 batteries per accumulator, but there's a 50% productivity bonus inbuilt. So we need 43 batteries a second. Let's go back to per minute. 2600 batteries a minute. We are producing 2300 a minute, but this is a skewed figure because we're doing 60k scrap and we'll only be consuming holmium ore for 56k scrap, so I cannot really use that. Looks like we should be getting 2160 batteries. So we need 446 batteries a minute. Divided by 60 is we need 7 batteries a second. It does appear that I have the extra copper to make that. I had 9 plates a second left over. So I think we can just build low density structures to make the plastics and then use the leftover copper to make batteries. Even get productivity bonus on batteries if we want to. We can get 48% on that with Mark III productivity. Which means we need only 5 of the 9 copper per second. Yeah, I'm gonna use productivity there for the sulfuric acid because that's gonna be annoying to get. I think a lot of my factory here could have been built without productivity. If I end up needing to recycle stuff because I use productivity, or recycle more stuff because I use productivity, I may as well have not used productivity. So, oh well. Let's scrap low density structures to get a whopping 3 plastics per minute. Okay, recycler. Throw in 1 low density structure and see what the stats say. That gives me 0.66 plastics a second. Which means we need 5 recyclers. Or 4 uncommons. I don't think we're gonna go rare. Let's do 5 recyclers. Two and a half low density structure a second. I could just pull those off sneakily. Off of here. Need to think about the water. Okay, so I do want this to be limited by the plastic output. Something like that, sure. Recyclers. sure. Do I want to like put something on the belt automatically? Or do I want to take out everything with inserters? That's going to be a bit hard, I think. What are the numbers again? Oh yeah, we make 2.66 copper plates a second. Okay, so it's going to go on a belt. The total amount of stuff we make from one of these. 2.66, 333. More than 3.5. 3.33. It's not more than 3.75. Which is an important number because that's half a side of half a yellow belt. Okay, I cannot count anymore. 3.33 plus 0.26, 3.59 times 5. All of that times 5 is 18 items a second. Okay, so it cannot go on one belt. But something like this should be okay. Let's use this. All right. So first thing we do is filter off plastics because that is what we're after. Mostly. We're producing 1.3 steel a second. And I'm not gonna bother making quality off of that here. So it's just gonna look like this. Is that fast enough? That's the question. Copper. Can do more over here. Just so it has somewhere to go. Let's delete the copper. See how it looks like. Alright, I think I want to put a wire on this. Read contents. And we'll say only if everything is less than 10. So we stop putting stuff in if there's like a lot of copper in there. Alright. Plastics. Copper needs to go there as well. And we can probably just meet it up. But not like this. No, it should fit on one side of the belt, no matter how we do it. It's still a bit stupid though. This should be into a recycler, which then feeds back steel in here. We'll let the recycler output on the belt. And we'll keep the belt space free by doing this. Does it output? On what side does it output? On the left side. That's not what I wanted. It should get priority though. So we'll do this. It is done. We do want a split of copper. But then we'll join it like that again. This goes to batteries together with some of the iron which we have made previously a bit higher. Over here. All of the iron for batteries. I think that's all for batteries. There's no iron in here anywhere. Oh no, there is. We have iron in the accumulators. We are still deleting the batteries, so we should make sure those go to wherever they need to go. They need to go here. That's a full belt. And they need to go here, and that's such a full belt that it's blue. That should tell you how many batteries we need. There's a lot of batteries. Yes, this belt cannot be red then. There is no way. We're gonna make batteries somewhere. And they're gonna be joining. And I just think we'll go green, just to be sure. I don't really want to look how many I actually need. It looks like we need at least a blue belt to come out of here. Alright. Oh, now we got iron. Looks like we're not coming from here, we're gonna come from maybe this side or something. Since iron is gonna come from up here. I'm sure glad we unlocked all the belt colors. It's gonna be green anyway. More batteries are gonna come in from maybe over here or whatever. That's gonna be iron. For accumulators, 18. Kinda hate that. I would rather use a cursed splitter. And switch it around that way. Right. So iron comes on here. Not really sure how that's gonna flow, but some way. That is a backup. We don't need that. Hey Kark, thanks for the second month. Alright. Again, I stopped something. Okay, battery is now dead. Alright. I guess that's good. We'll output priority to this side. That uses the least, and then we can put one of those deleters at the end over here. Batteries is a limiting factor. I'm gonna input priority what comes from here. Oh god, we're gonna have another belt coming in from the other side. I forgot about that. This is going to get twice as complicated as there's another stuff coming in from over here, which also needs to merge with all of this. That sounds like a nice project to do offline, because that's going to be annoying. I now see why I need a green belt, because we're going to have another set of batteries like this coming from the other side. Alright. So this is going to be split yet again. I did not leave myself a way through. But I don't need that many. I don't need that much iron. Make batteries. And where there's a way, there's a will. See? Green belts. Solve everything. Batteries just can flow through easily. Let's not go on the same belt as rocket fuel. Oh, no. That's a nice thing of alpha mode, you can get away with those kind of things. We are blue, belting that. And now we have iron and copper. Make batteries. Let's bring this forth. It needs to go in here. Looks like we need to move this entire structure even more to the left. Still have a few tiles of space to do that. Alright, 2 more. Should do the trick. And now this Guardian knot is a little bit annoying. I'm gonna figure that out later on. Now we're just gonna go like this. I'm gonna untie that later. For now, that is good enough. It is in the way though. It is in the way. think a rocket fuel. Like I said, I'll untie it later. Let's do this for rocket fuel for now. More batteries need to go in here. So it looks like batteries need to be on this level. And we get the copper and plastics on this level. Go down. And that can basically just go in here. Yellow belt. And that's gonna make superconductors. Then we are pretty far there. Pretty far there. Why don't we have heavy oil? Okay, the pipe doesn't connect anymore. Fix that in a bit. That's pretty fast. Look at all those inserters outputting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of them. Outputs 13 items a second or something. Alright. We should be making superconductors as well. I think we are making signs already, to be honest. That's the superconductors. We are making accumulators. We have the fluids. There are signs. We just are not making enough batteries yet. But that is something. We have something. There goes the signs. Signs. But not enough batteries, and not everything is trashed yet, but pretty decent. I've got a way worse knot for a menu background. The cursed sign splitter from Novice. That one would actually look pretty sweet. Right, we're loading. As you can see, the accumulators though are not plentiful enough at all. Of course, we're only sorting half of the trash so far. But when we don't have half the science assemblers running. But we're loading. I wonder just how much science this is. 500 to 600 SPM. Maybe. Not bad already. Alright. We need more batteries. That should be easy. I think I should do... Is this going to be for batteries? I guess this is going to be for batteries. No real need to split it off there. And iron is coming here. That could be... And we can do this over here. We just need to make sure, for now at least, that copper can flow. Still flowing, so far so good. We just need to make batteries here then. Oh, that's a slow recipe, so we'll use the good ones. Especially if we want to use productivity on those. I'm not entirely convinced we need to do that. But let's just design it as if we are gonna do that. Also not entirely sure how many batteries I should make. But if I put input priority on what comes in naturally, it doesn't really matter how many I make, because it will stop producing anyway. That is not a lot of production though. It's a slow recipe, like 4 seconds or something. It's chemical plant, so it's not that power hungry. 1.27 megawatts is pretty acceptable for 2 batteries a second. It is faster than I can shovel in stuff though. And faster than I can shovel out stuff. So maybe just Mark 2 speed modules is enough. We need to put stuff out here. Pretty far. I guess we can double output. Almost fast enough to keep up. This is also almost fast enough to keep up. Okay, if we just spawn in the sulfuric acid for now, because that's another journey. Holy moly, that's gonna be something. That could be batteries. I have no idea how many we need for this moment. Do I? We are missing in total about 800 batteries a minute, and I need to make half on this side. So let's say I need to make 400 a minute. How much is 400 a minute? 6 a second, so 4 of these should be more than plenty already with a beacon. Alright. Then I probably want to just make sure that belt is full. I also want to make sure that this belt can go on both sides. And we'll use the back pressure here. And then the other batteries come in here. It's not going to be enough. But should we see 900 signs per minute already? Alright, now we're stuck on plastics, so we also need to Still need to trash the excess plastics, I suppose. For now we output priority to the left and throw it away. And then we get consistent battery production. Should we go to 900 SPM with this already? I think we should. We cannot really see how much we need to trash over here because we're going to be over supplying batteries now. Is this 900 plus SPM? It could be. So big windows. Right. And we get the extra batteries arriving. The batteries were the last missing bottleneck. Let's speed it up and see what the graph tells us. It does appear we're going to be exceeding 900 SPM here. So, is that it? It's not really it, but that is convincingly more than 900 SPM. So if we feed in the other half from the other side, okay, there goes the SPM. What's the problem? The problem is everything, basically. What is really the problem, though? Solid fuel is the problem. Ah yeah, we're not trashing rocket fuel because this belt is rotated the wrong way. Alright then. I'm just gonna delete everything. Fine, go away. Good control Z exists. That clears out the entire system a bit. If I don't delete any trains, we should be fine. So now we can test it from scratch a bit. Let's go. There goes the science graph. Rockets are being loaded again. That's probably optimistic. Let's just see what it does after try to let it settle down a bit. There might still not be some priorities set correctly here and there. Especially since we're despawning all the stuff that is in excess. I mean, it's not really a flat science graph. The target SPM is going to be 1800, but we only have half of the scrap recycled now. There's another half. So what we're trying to do now is getting above 900 to see if at least the concept works. We should be in excess quite a bit, despite the wobbly stuff. And it looks like we are. So hopefully that means if we copy the build to the other side, that is going to be sufficient. Holy moly. It's not really a main bus, it's just like an area of belt which moves stuff from here to here. I think if you have like a bus, you also just draw off and add stuff to the belt every time again. You just transport stuff from left to right. Well, it's not done, but that's not a large footprint. I was pretty worried to fit if I could fit all on one island. I am spawning in the water. I am producing water here, but let's eat up all of the water then, which we are producing. I guess we sufficiently tested if the ice cubes are working. One of the most annoying changes in Space Age is not having access to your inventory from map view. I really cannot get used to that. Alright, now we're gonna find out that unfortunately this does not fit rotated. Not even sure where this is supposed to go. It's supposed to go here, I think. Oh, it's not too bad. If we ignore that top part over there, which does the iron chest stuff. That should be a pretty decent representation of what we actually need here. I think it changed a little bit. Of course, the last, on the left side, the last oil cracking thing doesn't work. It needs to be... Okay, we can fit that. I can move this a little bit more to the right and move it up a little bit or something like that. It doesn't need to be the same exact build, it's a different landscape. We're quite landscape bound on Fulgora on how everything looks, as we cannot landfill everything, and there's even here there's like tiny oil oceans everywhere in the middle of the map. How is science? Oh, it's actually kind of stabilizing. So let's stop deleting excess batteries at least, because we are making those to supply them. And if we are backing up, alright, we are limited now. Now we are being limited by holmium production, as we should be. I think that is what we are aiming for. So we're gonna just run this at high speed for a bit, and seems to work. We're just gonna run it at high speed for a bit, see if something pops up. And if not, that is gonna be it, I think, for today. Seems to work, but there might still be a bunch of problems which gonna arise, so let's see. Can I just zoom out and just enjoy the wider picture for a bit? It's a little bit too wide, this picture. I guess we're stabilizing because of the holmium. Holmium being the bottleneck. So we actually might see that we are getting closer to 900 SPM. I mean downward from what we started with. Because Holmium should be the limiting factor in the end. Science. So at 1020. 1020. Times 56 divided by 60. 952 SPM. If we account for that we are bringing in more stuff by train than we need by this ratio. It seems pretty good. Alright, I like how it's coming together. It's not done yet, but it is pretty decent. I guess tomorrow will be, or tomorrow, Sunday. Probably Sunday. Maybe tomorrow actually, I don't know exactly yet. Probably Sunday though. We're gonna be heading out to Fulgora. We have a couple tasks to do on Norvis. We need to make sure that we are producing requirements for the biolabs. We need a lot of refined concrete. And also for capture bot rockets we need to prepare some stuff. Like I need a lot of robot frames. I have tons of uncommon and rare robot frames, but I never bothered to collect any normal ones, which is what I need currently. So we need to set up a couple things. And then we can head off to Fulgora and figure out... I mean, we have plenty to build. We have more than I can build in a single stream. Just building all these mining outposts is gonna be annoying. Especially with the lightning all the time. I guess we can maybe build it from a train. Just drive forward, let the bots build. Drive forward, let the bot build. That's gonna be annoying. Do I need to research energy shields just to be safe from the lightning? I'm gonna get like triple struck at some point. If I need to build 12 of those rail lines. Oh man, that's not gonna be very fun. Alright, we'll see though. Everything is flowing, so that's good. I was still doing like scrap I need. Yeah, we're still doing 60k scrap per minute. 1k signs a minute. Alright. It is looking promising. Fulgora is looking promising. Now that I know this, I kinda wished I designed it on a smaller landmass, but there is no way I'm going to move 12 train stations, which all have to be custom built and fit, onto a landmass where it will barely fit. It's good to have more space than we need, which gives us options to later like redirect red chips or whatever. And put some extra rocket silos to supply other parts. I don't know, I didn't even know what we need for Aquilo except for the Holmium plates. It might be useful to send some other stuff there, like concrete to make all the... I have it from here, say you need to ship in concrete, so we might need to do that. It's been a while since I played on Aquilo, and I didn't do much there. It's a bit too large. Let's just look at this section. Do we look at this section of science? Let's look at science. We'll look at everything. We just pretend we have sharp eyes. There we go. Alright. That's gonna be it for today. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Yeah, I like the Fulgora music too. The interlude tracks are pretty nice as well. The main tracks are cool too, but they are very, very present. Like, I mean, the theme is there for them to be present as well, but these interlude type of tracks, they're pretty calm. I think I'm just gonna leave the scrap. I'm also gonna leave the cliffs along the edge. I just deleted everything here for the design phase, but I'm gonna keep the cliffs and the ancient civilization structures, which are not in the way. I'm probably gonna keep all of those. Don't even know how this island looks, because in my actual world I've only explored like this part of it, and this is all void. So yeah, the thing is, I did not want to overinflate my save file by literally exploring all over the map until I found some good islands. There was another one down here, perhaps. But yeah, now I'm just gonna go here, explore this area, and hopefully keep my save file under control a bit. Did I save already? Let's save once more. This one's not that big, but my actual save file is already like 136 megabytes, and I have 1678 plus saves. So it would be nice. Let's actually load. I almost saved over that. Anyways, it's a different install, so it's fine. I just look at how much we have explored from Fulgora, and then I'll head to bed. Hey, Boy. Yeah, it's tomorrow or Sunday. It's good I can't make up my mind right. I should be streaming on Sunday, but if I think I might not be able to make it on Sunday, then I'll stream on Saturday. But I say 85% sure that I'll stream on Sunday. Here's what I've explored on Fulgora. I already overexplored a bit. The island is over here, I think. Go in editor mode. Over to Fulgora, out of editor mode. Let's chart all terrain, which has been generated. I think this is the island. So it's not too much more to explore. Okay, this is it, for sure. So we need to explore here and then just build out to all the different mining sites. We already explored a good deal of terrain just to find the original locations for the module makers, where we made our first modules. We might not need to bring that much stuff to the planet. We already have a ton of low density structures and whatnot sitting around in chests, actually. You should be able to get all the materials for recyclers and PM plants from over here. I think I already took most of the rare ones. Alright, we got rare and uncommons over here. I forgot about those. Alright, so we got plenty. We got that ×4. So we have enough to get started on EM plans. We actually don't need that many EM plans on Fulgora. Funnily enough. I think we already also have enough concrete laying around here. I already ate from this apparently. We got enough concrete and stuff for Aquilo here already, I think. I have no idea how big the base is going to be, but probably not that big. We took out all the good stuff already. But if we ever have a shortage on rare ice, we know where to find it. Alright, I'm not gonna bore you any further. This is Fulgora. It's gonna be larger tomorrow or after tomorrow. For now I thank you. And I'll see you all next time.